Okay. Alrighty. We're going to start. Bob Hannon.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Robert Eisner.
Here.
Dave Fox.
Here.
Mark Simpson.
I'm here.
Ned Stachin.
Here.
Jay Tulin.
I'm here.
Rich Berlandy. Rich Berlandy. All right. I'm not seeing Mr. Berlandy at the moment. Emily Brick.
I am here.
Thank you. All righty. We're all set for now.
Okay, so we'll call the February 17th, 2021 Conservation Commission meeting to order. But before we actually get started, I would like to request a moment of silence for one of our comrades we lost this week, Guy Wolf. So I would appreciate it, if everybody would go along with this. So I'd like to start a moment of silence for Guy. Thank you, folks. I know I started working with Guy, I think it was 2003, as members in the Conservation Commission. So I've been working with him for quite some time, and he will dearly be missed. With that, we completed a number of items the last time, but seeing as how we have our land use attorney with us, I don't know if any of the commission members have any questions that they might like to ask our land use attorney, prior to going into some of the cross-examination and commission questions to the interveners and applicant. I think, Jay, you may have had something that you want to get clarified, so this would be a good point in time to maybe do that.
Okay. I guess this is a point of order. I don't know if I need to do that officially. But, I've been reading through all this material, and I'm not sure exactly what I'm expecting to hear because, the guidelines are pretty clear. And I don't know if I would call this exactly a point of clarification. I just wonder if the attorney can share any other information about the notion of reasonable likelihood. When we try to distill all this information we're about to get and try to make a reasonable decision. So I know that may be kind of vaguely put, and I'm not going to say I'm struggling with it, but I just wonder if there's any more information the attorney can give for me, just trying to understand and absorb all this about. I'm not asking him to make a decision for us. I guess I'm just trying to, gather as much information about how we determine reasonable likelihood of, unreasonable pollution, et cetera. So I guess that was what I wanted to kind of put out there as my thought.
Sure. Reasonably likely or reasonably likelihood means that the condition is more probable than not based on the evidence and your the weight you give the evidence. Reasonably likely is more probable than not, meaning that when you look at the evidence, you hear the evidence and the testimony, you read the documents, the probability or the outcome that the petitioners are predicting is more likely to happen than not happen. I know that's a little vague, but it's really in your experience, like try to think of a common sense example. If it's snowing out, to take a topical subject, the roads are more likely to be slick than not slick when the storm first starts. Based on your experience and the evidence and the testimony you hear, the outcome that is predicted by the petitioner is more likely to happen than not happen.
Yeah, and I kind of get that, and I wasn't real. I don't really think there's like a definitive answer to that. I think you just kind of have to weigh all the information we're about to get, and just I guess try to make the best decision that we can based on the testimony that we're about to hear.
That's right, and it's by definition it's very fact-based. There's no rule that applies across the board to all situations. It's based on the facts that you hear. But as we'll get into later, there are other threshold findings you'll have to make before you even get to that issue. So,
yeah,
I hope that helps.
Well, yeah, it does. I mean, again, like I said, I wasn't sure. I kind of thought that there wasn't really like a specific answer to that question, but I just felt like I needed to put it out there anyway. Just to hear what you had to say, and I appreciate your answer.
Sure. Okay.
I don't know if any other commission members have any questions at this point in time, but one of the things I thought we could do is just sort of based on the agenda after we get the closing remarks from the intervener and from the applicant, and before we start discussing the intervener petition, there may be some questions on process at that point in time. So hopefully our attorney, would be available at that point in time to answer any questions that you have on that particular process. So I don't know, does anybody else have any questions at this point in time? If not, we'll move on to the agenda.
Bob, I just want to note, I believe Rich Berlandi is on the line with us at this point. Rich, can you confirm your attendance for us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and actually, before I get into the first item, I just want to double check two things. I know that at the last meeting, I believe Emily and Rich were not in attendance. I'm just curious if they've had an opportunity to go back and review the record from the last meeting so that they're up to date.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was able to watch the recording.
And Emily, you said the same thing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, fine, thank you. All right, so with that, we'll move on to what I've got on my agenda is item number 5, applicant to provide additional information, if any, to the Conservation Commission.
Yep, I believe we have Attorney Hollister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
A little on the light side, though.
Okay, I'll keep my voice up if that's better.
That is better, thank you.
Okay, thank you. At the outset, on behalf of the applicant team, we also want to extend our condolences to the family of Guy Wolf. Metro Realty has appeared before him, worked with him as a commissioner many times over many years. And, we always bear in mind that land use commissioners are public servants and volunteers. And certainly Mr. Wolf gave of his time and his intellect and his energy to the town graciously and over many years. So we just wanted to say that as people who have worked with him and appreciated his public service. So thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, my understanding was that we were going to pick up with the Conservation Commission, which were on the list of items that Shannon circulated is number 1. You jumped to number 5. So I just want to make sure I understand where we are.
Well, when I'm looking at items, number 5 is the first one. That's because we completed 1, 2, 3, and 4 on my list at the last meeting.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I just have an updated sheet I'm working from.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Then the applicant will proceed on the Conservation Commission with a couple of things. The first is, notwithstanding the fact that the commission last time accepted the intervenor petition of Dr. Fitchman, I have raised the point, and you don't need to consider this now, but I just want to raise it on the record, that I don't believe that intervention in a conservation commission proceeding is procedurally correct. And I admit I didn't bring this up last time because I was caught a little short by the intervention at that time. But the point is simple, and I've conveyed the applicable case law to Attorney DiCrescenzo. 22A19 allows intervention to claim or try to prove that construction, actual physical work, that would be authorized by a permit to conduct activities could result in unreasonable pollution. The conservation commission process is an advisory referral that it results in you issuing a report or a recommendation to the Wetlands Commission. It doesn't authorize any conduct. So on that basis, and I'm sure Attorney DiCrescenzo will weigh in on this, but the applicant's belief is that intervention is not appropriate in the Conservation Commission proceeding. It certainly is appropriate in the wetlands context, but it is not in the Conservation Commission. Okay, moving on to the merits of the Conservation Commission. As I just said, this is an advisory referral process. You're not voting on a permit. And the criteria for a Conservation Commission in general and in Farmington is in section 9-4 sub B sub 7 of the Farmington Code of Ordinances. And we believe there are only 3 criteria that are relevant to tonight's proceeding. I mean, most of it involves you keeping an index of research that's been done and coordinating with other agencies, but there's 3 subsections that are implicated tonight. One is sub B, 7 sub B, open space preservation. C, which is open space preservation at no cost to the town, and D, which refers generally to open space preservation that reflects best management practices. And I would point out, there's nothing in the Conservation Commission statutes that or the town ordinance that talks about habitat or wildlife preservation or impacts, none of that. So you have to stick with your published criteria. But if we limit it to those 3 criteria, the development plan here, we believe, meets those criteria. You're getting open space in the form of the land trust property donation. You're getting it at no cost to the town, and you're getting it, as we will explain in a moment, in a way that reflects best management practices. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Daly and Ms. Raymond to explain more about why we feel this way. So Tom Daly, please go ahead.
Thank you, Tim. For the record, Tom Daly with SLR Consulting, formerly Mylon and McBroom. Just quickly walk you through some revisions we've made to the plans based upon input from both the commission and during the proceedings. Before you on the screen is just a snapshot of a small portion of the plans that shows the revisions. And working in a counterclockwise rotation up in the upper left, there was some discussion with the commission about eliminating a future curb cut that was going off into the left-hand side of the parcel. We went ahead and made that revision that resulted in approximately 3,835 square feet of less activity in the upland review area, and also reduced impervious coverage by 1,250 square feet. So we also, with the reduction of that curb cut or that future driveway kind of curb cut, we also pulled back the tree clearing limits and the grading. As we move down to the plan, you'll see the second call out. We've had some discussions with the commission over time. We had proposed a sediment chamber in this location. We had done that based upon there being really a very, very small portion of the roadway going to this drainage, area. Really, it's just 3 catch basins. but after working with hearing testimony and going back to the drawing board, we've actually upgraded that sediment chamber to a hydrodynamic separator to provide greater water quality at that particular location. As you recall, we already have other hydrodynamic separators throughout the project and the other discharge points, but we basically have picked up another one here. And as we move down on Quarry Road, based upon recommendation by Megan Raymond, who you'll hear from next after me, we are proposing to have a Cape Cod curbing installed along Quarry Road in kind of that transition area between the two wetland areas. On the right-hand side is a detail of the bituminous Cape Cod curve detail, and that is actually found in Dr. Clemens's report. So we took the detail right from there and showed it in there. And these are three, feasible or not feasible, but prudent and modifications to the plan best management practices that we think further enhance the application that we have put forward to this commission. Shannon, next slide. And really this plan, this commission saw this plan last time. And really the only change here is Dr. Clemens had commented that he believed the wildlife fence should be the taller version. So we have revised the plan to upgrade the Amex permanent freestanding wildlife fence to be the 24-inch tall model. I believe last time we were before you, we had an 18-inch model. But essentially that's the only change, just the detail up on the right and the call out is changed. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Megan Raymond. Thank you.
Great. Good evening. My name is Megan Raymond. I'm a professional wetland scientist and registered soil scientist with SLR. I'd like to actually take this time, Shannon, would you please advance the slide, please? To just take a step back and give you a little bit more of a coloring in the details of our site planning and design. The site was acquired by Metro Realty in late 2019. As you're aware, it's an 18.7 acre parcel that's comprised of two contiguous parcels, one small 4.5 acre piece and a larger 14.2 acre piece. At that time, late 2019 acquisition, site planning really began in early spring of 2020, and that was promulgated by the onset of the peak of vernal pool breeding season. We got out there in early March and began an 8-week study looking at the wetlands on the property. We also completed the wetland delineation, verifying the previous areas that were delineated in 2017 by another registered soil scientist, and augmenting the site plan accordingly. All of these details were evaluated and analyzed to provide a wetlands functions and values assessment that was provided to the commission in on November 2nd when we submitted the inland wetland application. It wasn't until these activities were complete that the real site engineering and design began. And the reason for that was we wanted to get a sense of how, or what we were looking at in terms of functionality in order to properly design our site plan. And you can see, looking at this figure before you, the results of our analyses resulted in a plan that pushed all of our site work to the north. We are staying away from our higher quality wetlands that exist in the south and off-site to the southeast, and positioning our proposed activities adjacent to a lower quality wetland that exists off-site that's dominated by a monoculture of Phragmites, concentrating our developed footprint in about 36% or 6.9 acres of the overall 18.7 acre site. And looking to essentially create a very condensed development and allowing for open space to exist to the south. So what we have with this parcel is obviously our concentrated development in the north. We have a 5.3 acre piece of undeveloped land in the midsection. And then that 4.6 acres, it's already been deeded to the Farmington Land Trust that Attorney Hollister described, and that was at no cost to the town. Now, this configuration was not by happenstance. This was designed, and it was based on the existing characteristics of the wetlands and the mandate to maintain the physical characteristics of of these resources in conjunction with the proposed activity. Just to reiterate that site plan, we're not looking at any direct wetland impact here. We're again concentrating our development in an area to the north. We're minimizing impervious area in the upland review to about 1/3 of an acre. And we're also utilizing an existing access way to gain appropriate vehicular and pedestrian access to the parcel. As you're aware, we did identify 2 vernal pools that are located in close proximity to one another on the site. These areas exist within this wetland corridor that runs along the eastern property boundary. It originates off-site to the southeast, is present on the site to the east, and then extends across Quarry Road to the north in that location. But what we're looking at in this area is, by allowing for this contiguous connection between a higher quality wetlands, and that these areas exist in the form of a red maple swamp that is located on our parcel to the south, as well as that higher quality scrub shrub wetland that exists on the Farmington Land Trust parcel, we're able to maintain the critical terrestrial habitat for our wetland obligate amphibians. And this is using an analysis known as the directional buffer analysis, which was developed and proposed by Dr. Aram Calhoun, who was a co-author of the 2002 best development practices. So it's essentially a refinement of the best development practices, which, as we'll talk about again when we get into the wetlands, that 2002 document did begin the evaluation of a larger area, 750 feet around vernal pool areas. But Dr. Aram Calhoun has noted some evident shortcomings in that analysis, particularly on cases like this, where we have a great deal of development already existing within the 750-foot zone. We have a notable high quality of upland habitat as well as wetland habitat in a southern direction, as well as an existing travel impediment that is Quarry Road to the north. So by doing all of these, by looking at this particular configuration and this particular analysis to analyze the pertinent upland requirements of vernal pool, we have confidence that there'll be no diminishment of this overall function. And I think the next slide actually is going to articulate my description a little bit better. Yeah, perfect. So what we're looking at here is, this is just what we have developed in terms of the directional buffer analysis relative to the vernal pool activity. I'd like you to look at the Quarry Road label that exists to the north. That's the existing travel way of Quarry Road. From Quarry Road to the southern end of our site, we have about a distance of about 1,140 feet. And from that area to the southern end of the Farmington Land Trust parcel, another 1,000 feet. So within this, it's about 2,200 linear feet of open space areas, undeveloped areas, protected open space areas, as well as wetland resources. And that's approximately 3 times that 750-foot zone already. As well, we have an overall area of undeveloped and permanently protected parcels of approximately 36 acres in this configuration. The other thing that I think is important to consider here is that the hydrology, as well as the water quality to the vernal pools that exist on our property, are going to be maintained by positioning our site work north of those areas, by not disallowing or not providing any drainage. We're not draining into these vernal pools. We're not affecting any of the hydro period with our site work, but in fact locating our proposed work down gradient of those resources. I'd like you to go to the next slide, please, Shannon. Thank you. There's been some discussion as well about the Trap Rock Ridge that exists adjacent to the property, which is obviously the extension of the Metacomet Ridge that extends from Branford all the way up to Northampton, Massachusetts. The town of Farmington has already recognized the importance of these Trap Rock ridges and has built in zoning provisions to disallow development on your ridges. As you can see from this GIS figure, the ridge from your town GIS is mapped in the white. We're not located on the ridge, but rather 1,300 feet away. And again, we've been talking about in our previous meetings and hearings that in fact we obviously have a shallow bedrock environment here, but we are in a superficial geology dominated by lodgement till. Would you go to the next slide, please? Perfect. Thank you. So the other thing I'd like to point out here is as it relates to the ribbon snake, the interveners have presented some findings as to a state listed species of special concern, the eastern ribbon snake. This was a figure from their submission that included an NDDB form that documented this observation that was in April of 2017. I just like to say that the figure and the pin that's presented on this figure has been misrepresented by the interveners. It appears because we plotted the coordinates of this observation that was cited in the form. And I'd like you to go to the next slide, please, Shannon. And I'd like you to, if you could zoom in here and just maybe see, but in fact, this ribbon snake is actually located off-site to the southeast in the scrub shrub wetland that we've been talking about through these proceedings, the high quality scrub shrub wetland that is the beginning of this entire wetland corridor that extends up to the north through Quarry Road. So these are the coordinates from the form and the plotting of that point. And this point is corroborated by the photographs that was presented in the document, because it was apparent that you were looking from this location east, or rather west, to the easement, and then north with the concrete abutments. So again, we've always acknowledged that potential for habitat and to exist within our wetlands on our property, and have incorporated best management practices in terms of wildlife management during construction that are typical NDDB standard practices. So again, we're not not necessarily going to argue that they're obviously these creatures are mobile and there could be some nexus to the wetlands on our property, but I'd just like to clarify that the sighting was actually off-site. At this point, I'd like to turn it back to Tom. Well, actually, could I just mention one other thing before I turn it back over to Tom Silers? Thank you very much. There are actually, in addition to the attributes that Tom described, there are a number of conservation benefits that have been incorporated into the site design. With the Cape Cod berms, we're utilizing downcast lighting on the wetland crossing. We have a lot of native wetland plantings in the stormwater basin. Obviously, the wildlife management plan during construction of the amphibian exclusion devices. And what we're attempting to do here, and I think we're very successful in doing so, is allowing for a maintenance of both the wetland activity to the south, as well as the viability of development within the portion of the parcel that we're positioning the site work in to the north. So at this point, I would like to turn it back to Tom. Thanks very much.
Shannon, could you go to the next slide? Thank you. For the record, again, Tom Daly with SLR Consulting. One thing that the interveners have submitted to the commissions are alternate concepts that of how the project, the parcel could be developed. And these are many times attempting to persuade the commission to believe there is some alternate way to develop this site to provide conservation and less development on the site. And you know, I would like to just bring to the attention of this commission that those concepts as submitted are unrealistic. This is one of the concepts they provided where it was a 6-lot subdivision. You know, they clearly don't make any reference to the grading that would be required on this site. The potential rock removal, those would be challenges that a 6-lot subdivision actually would probably never be able to accomplish. This graphic shows tree clearing limits, what appear to be about 1 foot off the building and off the houses. We know people are going to want appropriate backyards, and we know there's grades across the site that would require some grading as you go up the hill. The town and the fire department's going to require a paved cul-de-sac at the end of the driveway or end of the road to serve the project. That's a level of impervious coverage that is not represented on these concepts. You can't put in all these houses, all this clearing and everything, and not put the same type of water quality features that we were putting in. So to show the area below the gas easement as kind of untouched land is not realistic. They would be required to meet the same stormwater standards we have. So frankly, there would be the need for a large stormwater there. And then they go on to show the gas easement as this wooded green corridor when we really know it's not that case. And even under this concept, I would note that the closest house is closer to the vernal pool than our proposed building. So we just want to caution the commission to take a hard look at these concepts and understand there's a reality to these concepts that is just not presented on these plans. So if you're going to compare apples to apples, you need to do it accurately. With that, I would turn it, I think, Megan, back to you.
Sure. This is just another figure that we wanted to provide that allowed for a quantification of the clearing that associated with the 6-lot alternate as it relates to our proposed clearing, and the clearing we're proposing. Again, this is back in that 750-foot analysis. That is not the robust, not the most robust decision-making tree here, but in any event, we did go through those steps, and we're looking at a 10% or 5.9 acre clearing in this, with this particular alternative presented by the interveners, when the proposed project is 6.9 acres or 11%. So they're effectively ecologically similar, and if not exactly the same. So that's the takeaway with this particular figure. And I think at this point, I'm going to turn it back to Attorney Hollister for.
Yes, thank you. With regard to the alternatives, there was a 6-lot, six single-family homes. There was a 3-building duplex alternative and a mixed-use building alternative. And our basic point is that the interveners can't have it both ways. They can't say that development in the area we're talking about is environmentally unacceptable, and yet show alternatives that are essentially the same thing. So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, as to the conservation portion and the agenda item, applicant provide additional information, we will stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next on my hit list is intervener cross-examining the applicant, because I do believe that part of the issue here was that the applicant's engineer and wetland party left last meeting, so this did not occur, but I believe that you did have a chance to cross-examine the intervener, correct? Attorney Hollister? I believe that's where that was.
I believe I waived my right to do that.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
with that, allow the intervener to cross-examine the applicant.
Okay, and this is for the applicant panel. By the way, this is Keith Ainsworth. Good evening. With regard to that 5.3 acre undeveloped portion, what are the plans? What are the future plans for that parcel?
Well, we have studied the parcel. Some of it is land that might be conserved. Some of it is land that could be developed, but we have no plans at this point either way.
Okay, but in the previous iteration of this plan, there was a turnoff from Quarry Road that was designed to access that other land. So it appears that there has been some thought put into a development scheme for that parcel. Was there not?
Well, no, we said that stub was not intended to signal any future development, and in fact, as Mr. Daly described, we've now taken it out of the plan.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. Was it your understanding that there were several alternatives proposed by the interveners? Was it your understanding that the second residential version was duplexes and not triplexes?
I thought it was duplexes, maybe it was triplexes, 3 buildings.
I have no further questions for the panel.
Okay, thank you. So now next on my agenda is commission questions to the interveners. So following past protocol, I'll start with Rich.
Sorry, I had a little trouble unmuting here. I have no questions at this time.
Emily?
I'm not, I have a question. I have questions for later, but not for the interveners right now.
Dave?
I don't have any questions at this point either.
Okay, Robert?
No questions.
Mark?
No questions.
Ned?
Are we doing questions for the applicant, or these are questions for intervener only right now?
Intervener.
Okay, no questions.
Jay?
Yeah, no questions.
No, I can't say the same. I do have a couple of questions. Dr. Clements, a quick question for you. In the documents, you've identified like spotted salamander, marbled salamander, blue spotted salamander, wood frog, spotted turtle, box turtle, ribbon snake. Those are only state listed species, correct? They are not federal?
Okay. Here I am trying to unmute myself and video. Those are state listed species. That is correct, Mr. Hannon.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because one of the sort of elephants in the room that hasn't really been discussed that much is, if I'm not mistaken, the natural gas line easement that is actually under FERC jurisdiction, thereby preempted from local authority. So I'm curious as to what impact there might be that if the gas company had to come in and replace some of the pipe, because it's exempt from local regulations and it comes in under FERC, which I'm assuming would involve Army Corps of Engineers, which may not be involved in this case. What impact would that have on some of these species that you've identified as possibly being in this area?
Well, that's really an excellent question. And I really wish that our book that's slated to be published by the Deep, hopefully by June, would have been published now, because we actually discussed that in great detail. These gas line right-of-ways actually do serve as very, very important habitat because they are open habitat. And we have looked at gas lines across the state, many different ones, one that was refurbished by FERC, or not by FERC, one that was refurbished or expanded in Danbury. And of course, there is a short-term immediate impact which results in mortality of any of these species. But after that, there is a return to this open wetland sort of habitat that is a rather rare habitat, early successional wetland habitat. So we actually have identified gas pipelines that have this type of disturbance, as well as utility right-of-ways, which are a similar situation, as a critically important habitat for species that are need early successional wetland edge habitat. That is why that's a good ribbon snake habitat. Shrub swamp is transitional. The really core would be the wetland quarter. So I know it's a long-winded answer, but yes, areas that are periodically disturbed with recovery, which are actually called condition 2 in my bulletin 112 in 1993. Landscape condition 2 are actually highly productive for these types of species. And yes, there would be some incidental mortality in the refurbishing or expanding of the pipeline, but that would be offset by the long-term habitat that would be developed, as you see on the site.
Thank you. I mean, that was basically all that I had.
Mr. Chairman, if I might comment on that particular point, I believe that while FERC certainly preempts activities within the gas right-of-way, if there are activities within the purview of the Farmington agencies, wetlands, conservation, P&Z, their regulation of the activities outside or originating outside the gas line would still apply to those activities, even if the impacts were occurring within the gas line. And I think the point that we've been making as interveners has been that the gas line, as Dr. Clemens just explained, provides a certain amount of habitat. And in fact, when the applicant was making their presentation regarding the alternatives, they said, oh, look, they're misrepresenting the gas line as being some sort of open space. But as we've just noted, there is a habitat value to it. So while I do agree that the Tennessee Gas's activities within their right-of-way would certainly be exempt from local regulation, the activities that are being considered here today by this commission, or at least by the wetlands version of the of the commission, are certainly able to consider the impacts that might occur within that right-of-way, even though they originate outside.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll go through do any other commission members have any other questions for the intervener?
Mr. Chairman, I thought of something that I was mentioned last week, and I just want to ask about it. Around the retention basins, so there's a small fence being put up to prevent animals getting in for breeding. And one of the things that was discussed was a box turtle, and it was said that the 18 inches isn't tall enough to keep out a box turtle. And I don't know, I just found that a little difficult to understand. And so could someone explain to me how a box turtle can get over an 18-inch fence?
I think it was the wood frog, but Dr. Clemens, could you comment on that?
Yes, but yes, it was not the box turtle. It was the ability of wood frogs to leap over the fence. They can easily leap, scale a 12-inch fence.
Okay.
Leap right over.
All right, that was my misunderstanding then. Thank you.
And for the record, it was a 12-inch high fence that was discussed at the last meeting, not an 18-inch.
Okay.
That is correct, Mr. Hannon.
Okay, so if there are no more commission questions for the intervener, are there any commission questions for the applicant? And we'll start at the back end and we'll go with Jay.
Sorry about that. Not right now, but we'll see.
Okay, Ned?
Now I had questions about the original pipes going under the roadway, but it was kind of clarified last time, right? I'll ask. So the pipes coming under the roadway, they are at a higher elevation than the normal ponding that takes place there. Is that correct? The inlets for the pipes?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, and Tom Daly, for the record, the inverts are elevated. Normally you would see storm drainage pipes set at the grade or the bottom of, the wetland. But these were set where they're actually elevated. So they're above the natural water level. Ultimately, that's probably why, and Megan, correct me, that's probably why a lot of this wetland has created, because they lifted these pipes up.
Certainly the northern portion, the ponding in the northern portion of this wetland system was strongly influenced by the construction of Quarry Road. Yes, in 2010.
And I don't know the reasons why. It could have been designed in a way that they just wanted these to be high level overflows. So only the really big storms would actually fill up enough to get over that pipe. That would be one reason why you would set a pipe slightly higher, but I was not part of that church application, so I can't. But yes, you are correct. They are elevated and they are pitching in a south to north direction.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark?
I don't really have anything to say, except I'm pleased to see the changes made on Quarry Road dealing with the to minimize the damage, or I say the runoff of the water. So, and changing the curbing is, I think, a positive thing. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Robert?
No questions.
Dave?
I had a couple of minor questions, but I think they're more pertinent to the inland wetlands portion of this evening. And I also wanted to say that I also like the taking out the little stub to the left on Quarry Road, because I think that any development of that other piece of the parcel would be much more problematic being in the watershed of the whirlpools. So that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Emily?
Sorry, I hadn't unmuted. I'm not sure if this is the right moment for this question or not, so someone can tell me to stop if I need to stop. Is that all right?
Sure.
Thank you so much. So my real question, I'm concerned, or I'm interested, I guess, a large number of the interveners' letters addressed groundwater contamination, and I haven't heard that addressed really tonight. Is this the moment for that, or is that moment going to come in the not too distant future?
We can address that briefly, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And Megan, Raymond, you can back me up on this, but in general, when we talk about and analyze wetlands and watercourses, groundwater and geologic fissures, things that were discussed at the beginning of the hearing, are not relevant. Wetlands and watercourses are delineated by surface water, moisture, flowing water at the surface, and they're preserved by management of watersheds and drainage, but it's all surface water. So we were kind of confused and I think somewhat misleading in the conversation 2 sessions ago about groundwater fissures diverting the wetland flow. And so Megan, can you want to pick up on that, please?
Sure, Megan Raymond. So yes, just to kind of sharpen the pencil on Attorney Hollister's description, the discussion of groundwater as it relates to wetlands is they're sort of 2 different buckets. If you look at the promulgation of the Clean Water Act in 1972, from which all of our inland wetland regulations were spawned, the groundwater is specifically excluded, proscribed from regulation under the Clean Water Act. Discharges to groundwater are a regulated entity, but that's under a different permitting structure and not relevant to the types of work that we're looking at here. So as we look at projects like this and wetlands, we're looking at surface flows as well as the top 24 inches of soil conditions. The part of groundwater that we're interested in here is the ability of the wetland function as it relates to groundwater discharge and recharge of the wetland. That is our mandate, to not affect that functionality of the wetland as it relates to recharging groundwater, as well as allowing groundwater to discharge into the wetland itself. And so the mechanics of groundwater delivery to the wetland has been largely satisfied by the watershed concept, conserving watersheds, maintaining hydrology through conserving watersheds. And that's what we have in this particular project. I think there was a lot of discussion. I know I read through briefly that email packet from 4:30 this afternoon with a lot of the groundwater commentary. And some of that had to do with back in, with the origin of there was the quarry back, that 6 acre, or I guess it was a 9 acre quarry that was just basically filled in 60 feet deep that exists to the south of this area. And there's some concern with drinking water. Our proposed project has there'll be no modification to those attributes. And there's a lot of information, a lot of kind of static around that issue, but as it relates to the wetland conditions and groundwater, there's no impairment to that function.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Rich?
No questions.
I don't really have anything at this point. I asked some questions the last time, but I'll reiterate what a couple of commission members were talking about. Is I know some of the changes, those are good things. But actually, I do have a question, and it is in sort of the role of the Conservation Commission. So I think I'm within my lane here. I'm just wondering if any thought has been given that if this project went forward, I'm not saying it will, I'm not saying it won't, but if this project went forward, is there a possibility that there could be a conservation easement put around the vernal pools to deal with that 100-foot envelope area? I'm just throwing that up as something that we might look at from the conservation perspective.
Mr. Chairman, Tim Hollister for the applicant. There's no construction proposed, obviously, and we've respected the so-called 100-foot envelope. So I'm not sure it's necessary. I mean, no, certainly here, and I can't imagine in the future anyone proposing to fill in part because you'd be filling or constructing over the pipeline. I mean, there's already an easement there, so there's nothing you can do. You picked up on the point that we made on 2 sessions ago that the pipeline is subject to maintenance without a local permit by the Tennessee Gas Pipeline people. But I think for that reason, I'm not sure you could overlay a conservation easement on a gas pipeline in the sense that it would be ineffective. I think it's also unnecessary because we're not proposing any work there. So
just a question.
It's sort of self-enforcing, I think.
Yeah, no, it's just a question. I figured I'd throw it up.
Yeah, no, it's a fair question, and I hope my answer was fair.
No, I understand where you're coming from, so thank you. So again, just quickly, do any commission members have any other questions of the applicant? Okay, so hearing none, we'll go to the next section. That's closing remarks from the intervener.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As everyone knows, I represent Dr. Fitchman, and we presented to the Conservation Commission, and I'd like my comments and the record of the Conservation Commission to be fully reincorporated into the Wetlands Commission's record, just so that we don't have to have duplication of that.
Just so you know, Attorney Ainsworth, that is on my list of things to deal with.
Then I anticipated that, but thank you. So I guess I'll make one comment, since jurisdictional issues are important. The Conservation Commission has a broader jurisdiction than in the wetlands, but there was a comment made during made during the applicant's answering of the question by one of the commissioners that, what about groundwater? And Attorney Hollister said he was confused by this, and they're baffled, and they are, frankly, appalled and shocked that we would talk about groundwater. Well, it's last I checked, Megan Raymond does not have a law degree, and it's fairly apparent from her description of the inland wetlands jurisdiction that she wandered into. And I want to be quite clear about this. If you look at the town of Farmington's inland wetlands and watercourses regulations that you are bound by as a wetlands agency anyway, the third line says, the wetlands and watercourses are an interrelated web of nature essential to an adequate supply of surface and underground water. The wetlands regulations, and this is the title and authority, the wetlands regulations recognize that surface water is not disconnected from the hydrological regime which interconnects with groundwater, and that groundwater can be impacted by stormwater, which is discharged to rock with insufficient remediation, that discharges from septic systems can do the same thing. If not, that's why there's a groundwater to detention basin bottom separation distance that's required by the stormwater guidelines. There's also health code guidelines that require separation between septic effluent and rock faces. So all of those things are relevant. In addition, if one looks at the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act, which is not and distinctly not the Clean Water Act, the 22A36 actually starts out by saying the wetlands and watercourses are an interrelated web of nature essential to an adequate supply of surface and underground water, and to the recharging and purification of groundwater. So it's clear that 22A36, which is the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act, and not the Clean Water Act, clearly does discuss that groundwater is one of the things that are of concern by this combined Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency and the Conservation Commission. So my argument in general here is that the Conservation and Inland Wetlands Commission should deny the application or recommend the application be denied because it's incomplete, and from the evidence in the record, the site clearing and grading work and construction are reasonably likely to unreasonably harm wetland resources, specifically the Trap Rock Ridge seepage wetland ecosystem complex that serves as a wildlife corridor. Now, there was some mention that the Trap Rock Ridge is a vast distance away. Actually, it's not, it's up the hill. The point of the discussion about the Trap Rock Ridge, as Dr. Clemens and Mr. Logan presented it to you, was that this is the Trap Rock Ridge ecosystem itself is characterized by rather unique aspects, and they discussed in great detail in their reports those unique aspects. And so it's the interconnection of the wetlands that occur at the base of these features, the seepage wetlands and the vernal pools and the interaction of the wildlife that goes from the upland corridor to back to the wetland corridor. All of these things are relevant. It's not that there's blasting being done at the top of the ridge to remove the ridge or damage its scenic nature. It's just that the Trap Rock Ridge itself has unique characteristics in terms of the hydrology and the specific nutrients that are drawn from the water that comes out of the Trap Rock Ridges. The testimony also showed that the corridor is specifically identified in the Farmington Valley Biodiversity Project, which is incorporated into the POCD of the town of Farmington. The testimony of Michael Clemens, who is the only herpetologist who testified in this matter, testified specifically that the life cycle of the wood frogs would be disrupted by the severing of the interconnection of their upland and wetland habitats, which in turn will have an impact on the nutrient cycling and the eutrophication of the identified wetlands. In addition to the wetlands, obligate species in the wetlands themselves, the state-listed wetland-dependent ribbon snake, which was testified to reasonably be likely to occur on the project site. Yes, the precise latitude and longitude of its logging it may fall slightly outside of the project by feet, not miles. Indicates that mobile species is likely to occur on site. The rather nitpicking aspect of saying, well, wait a minute, the report to the NDBB happened at this one location. Frankly, nobody actually believes that that any species other than a plant exists at a particular point. They exist within a habitat ecosystem. The loss of these species will have a physical impact on the wetlands ecology by impairing the food chain and disrupting the nutrient cycling patterns within the on-site wetlands, leading to a degraded water quality. Those are, in fact, physical impacts to wetlands. Attorney Hollister made a fairly strenuous point about saying you cannot, rule against an application unless you determine that there is a physical impact to wetlands. We've actually presented that testimony from the experts that we presented on the intervener's case that shows that there are reasonably likely to be those impacts. And actually, to address another point that came up earlier, what does reasonable likelihood actually mean? It's actually not what Attorney Hollister was trying to narrowly define as a numerical probability with an exactitude, because frankly, that's never possible. Because you're predicting in the future things that will happen. You can only determine the numerical damage that occurs when you're able to look at it after the fact and say, well, you had X and now you have X minus Y. But when you're predicting in the future, you can only say that there's a reasonable likelihood but I will say that Dr. Clemens actually described it, and I'll get into that a little bit later. He described it as actually being a highly likely, which I believe is greater than reasonably likely. And also now, given that there are feasible and prudent alternatives, this application is even more unreasonable. It should be noted that despite clear testimony of impacts of wetlands, the applicant has utterly failed to present the commission with any alternative that are feasible, prudent, or otherwise. This remains the applicant's burden, which the applicant has not even made an attempt to meet. And if you look at section 6E9 of your regulations, all applications shall include the following information, one of which is including alternatives which would cause less or no environmental impact to wetlands, and why the alternative as set forth in the application was chosen. And I should note that we are providing housing for the COVID-19 researchers and the first responders is not what that refers to. You actually have to say why you chose it as opposed to something else to show that this was the least impactful or most responsive to wetlands resources. The motivation for the project is frankly profit. And yes, it does provide housing, and that's a great thing. And actually, I never question why someone wants to do the project so much as what its impacts are, and that's actually what we're here to discuss. And finally, the 6E9 also says that all such alternatives shall be diagrammed on a site plan or drawing. Now, that said, the applicant has attempted to pick at least one of the conceptual alternatives rather than seriously challenge the substantive demonstration that they're practical alternatives, which should have been explored. The triplex houses, which actually results in 3 buildings, so you have a smaller footprint, but it goes up, and so it has a lesser impact. And the mixed use alternative, they critique these residential alternatives as needing better yards and demonstrating that they also have some impacts. Clearly, no project on this site would have 0 impact, but that's a straw man. It clearly just an argument for the sake of saying, well, that's an easy one to win. The interveners' alternatives provide better protection for the seepage wetland complex and the ridgeline wetlands wildlife corridor. The interveners' concept alternatives are presented as lower impact alternatives, not no impact. They were never meant to be no impact alternatives, nor is that required. First of all, the intervener is not required to provide feasible and prudent alternatives. We've just done that to show that there's something here to think about. Now, did we put full engineering plans together? Of course not. Would there need to be adjustments to that? Certainly. But what we've demonstrated, I believe, is that they are feasible, that they are technically able to be constructed, and that they are prudent in the sense that they can be built. I mean, these are not overly expensive things. In fact, they would probably be less expensive than the construction that's being proposed. Now, the Inland Wetlands Commission must consider whether there are impacts to wetlands, and if so, whether the applicant has provided feasible and prudent alternatives. In this case, the applicant hasn't even made that attempt to present those, contenting itself to attack the credibility of opposing witnesses, the opposing counsel, and the very idea of alternatives presented. Dr. Clemens testified that there are likely many others. If you look at the Clemens report at page 3, he says, in my professional opinion, there are numerous uses and development scenarios for the site that would be more feasible and prudent than what is proposed in this application. And he also discusses that they would be alternatives that are of lesser impact. So let's discuss the legal framework under which we're operating. First, for the Conservation Commission, I would note that the very name of the commission is the Conservation Commission, not the Conservation and Development Commission. As I was discussing this matter earlier, it was noted to me that there's this thing called the Plan of Conservation and Development. Well, yes, because that's an overall overarching plan for both. But the Conservation Commission has a singular focus. It exists for the development, conservation, supervision, and regulation of natural resources. And I believe the word development in that context is the development of the natural resources, not the development for buildings on top of the natural resources. Otherwise, you would have conflicting intent. But this also includes water resources within the town's territorial resources, limits. If the Conservation Commission does not advocate for natural resources, then it really has no reason to exist. Thus, you have the obligation to recommend and even demand that this project choose the best alternative for development of the parcel that best prevents harm to natural resources. You've been presented with several reports by Dr. Clemens and REMA Ecological, which detail a very significant wildlife corridor, the destruction caused by habitat fragmentation represented in the proposed development that cuts in half the corridor. By the way, the alternatives that the intervener presented provides at least that if there are smaller buildings, there would be areas around them by which wildlife could traverse that site, as opposed to a fairly monolithic structure that's proposed in this proposal. Their reports further discuss how the project is inconsistent with the Plan of Conservation and Development and the zoning regulations, and which incorporate by reference the biodiversity project, which again would be part of the purview of the Conservation Commission. Dr. Clemens notes at pages 3 through 10 of his January 17th report that the POCD addendum urges strong protection for ridgeline wetlands and forested areas, as well as urging residential development that's sensitive to preserving forested areas in order to preserve the aesthetic and natural functions of hillsides and ridgelines. And certainly there are ways that those aspirational guidelines can be met and in a way that is of lesser impact. With regard specifically to the Wetlands Commission, we should remember that that's the applicant's burden to prove that it has presented an application which protects wetlands resources and that there is no alternative of lesser impact to the configuration they proposed. Nothing the interveners do or say or allege ever shift that burden from the applicant. The interveners are allowed to advocate, but it always remains the applicant's burden to prove that there is no alternative of lesser impact to the configuration that they proposed in order to protect wetlands resources. This is why the discussion of feasible and prudent alternatives I just mentioned is so important. Interveners presented conceptual alternatives to demonstrate that there are other possibilities that are compatible with surrounding uses, but which present less impact. The applicant simply failed to take up that offer. Next, we should remind ourselves what the regulations actually require. Sometimes gets lost in the fog of species. If we look at the Farmington Inland Wetlands regulations, we see the following, and I'd like to just quote a few things here. The preamble to your wetlands and watercourses regulations say that the preservation and protection of the wetlands and watercourses from random, unnecessary, and undesirable and unregulated uses, disturbance, or destruction is in the public interest and is essential to the health, welfare, and safety of the citizens of the state. These are fairly broad terms. They're very powerful. In fact, I think probably one of the most poetic and rather strident statutes that we've ever passed was the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act, which your local wetlands regulations quotes. The preamble to the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act was, and if you look at the legislative history, it was brought about by decades and decades, hundreds of years, in fact, of abuses of wetlands resources to the point where it became a public imperative. And the preamble goes on, it is therefore the purpose of these regulations to protect the citizens of the state. So when Attorney Hollister said, well, when do we put people before snakes or frogs, whatever it was, I guess he said he was having that debate for decades with Dr. Clemens. Actually, I would posit that these regulations, and they say this explicitly, by protecting the wetlands themselves, we protect ourselves. In other words, when we protect the frogs who provide valuable nutrient cycling and anti-eutrophication services to wetlands, we protect ourselves. The quality of our environment is inextricably linked to our health. I think it's an extraordinarily narrow and somewhat a bit of sophistry to argue that, well, we have to put people before frogs, and you have an improper prioritization of things to be protected. Frankly, it is therefore the purpose of these regulations to protect the citizens of the state by making provisions for the protection, preservation, maintenance, and the use of inland wetlands and watercourses by minimizing their disturbance and pollution. A word on pollution. It is always the applicant's position that they want to focus in the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, which provides for the intervention that we're doing tonight, to say that we're focusing on pollution of wetlands, like we're throwing garbage in it or we're dumping materials into it. But SEPA actually talks about destruction or impairment or pollution. Most often we're talking about impairment. We're not talking about absolute destruction unless there's actual filling of wetlands. And we're not talking about the discharge of pollutants unless you're talking about some of the stormwater runoffs. And to that point, tonight we heard that the applicant was being responsive and put in another hydrodynamic separator on one of his catch basins. That is an improvement, but I will note that hydrodynamic separators do not remove dissolved contaminants, such as the kinds of salts and oils and actual pollutants that come off of parking areas and anything that dissolves in water. It will remove the solids and the sediments, which carry with it nutrients, but any dissolved nutrients are still going to remain in solution. And so finally, the preamble goes on to say that the purpose is of these statutes is to forever guarantee to the people of the state the safety of such natural resources for the benefit and enjoyment and for the benefit of enjoyment of generations yet unborn. It's pretty powerful stuff. And you should also look at number 11 of your definitions. Feasible means able to be constructed or implemented consistent with sound engineering principles. I submit to you that the alternatives that we presented are clearly feasible. These are not extraordinary things we're presenting. They're a mixed use, which is permissible in the zone, and several residential alternatives, which are very feasible. Prudent means economically and otherwise reasonable in light of the social benefits to be derived. Well, if it protects the wetlands and meets these grand promulgations of the Wetlands Act, then there are social benefits from designing something that is more sensitive. I would also say that it's important that you note that regulated activity, because Attorney Hollister focused a lot on what constitutes activity that you can regulate and what you can't. And he spent a lot of time focusing on a particular aspect of the law that came from a case in 2003. But in your regulations, definition number 21, regulated activity means any operation within or use or having an effect upon wetlands or watercourses. But in addition, it says the commission may find that any other activity located within an upland review area or any activity located in any non-wetland, non-watercourse area that is likely to impact or affect wetlands or watercourses is a regulated activity. This means that your upland review area is just a starting point, not a hard and fast boundary, but beyond which you may not look. So that 150-foot upland review area is not a hard and fast rule. You can look beyond it if an activity beyond that area has a physical impact on the wetlands. And that's what Dr. Clemens was attempting to explain. And I thought he did a fairly good job of it by saying that the activities of disrupting the wildlife corridor will disrupt the wetlands obligate species, who in turn impact the water quality because they are a part of the nutrient cycling that goes on. So I just wanted to point out that those are, I think, fairly important parts of it. But there's also case law that's established by our courts, which frames the jurisdiction of the commission. Attorney Hollister is absolutely correct in what he has to say about the Avalon Bay versus Wilton case, which is a 2003 case. And it says that if we were to interpret the act as authorizing the denial of a permit due to development in the upland areas, the only consequence of which was that it hurt a wetland obligate species, the commission's jurisdiction would be limitless. And that case went on to say that you can't regulate activities that just impact wetland obligate species. Unfortunately, Attorney Hollister either didn't know or forgot that in response to that misguided holding, the General Assembly stepped in the very next year and changed the law to reestablish the broad and remedial scope of the Inland Wetland and Watercourses Act. And they rejected the narrow view in Avalon Bay. Now, the law today that directs your decision today, not the law of 18 years ago that Attorney Hollister wishes were still limited by Avalon Bay, is a law found in River Sound versus Inland Wetlands Commission, 122 Con App 644, 2010. There's a number of other cases that follow along this as well. But that case instructs us that in 2004, the legislature amended 22A41 to include, it provides, for the purposes of the section, wetlands or water courses includes aquatic plant or animal life and habitats in wetlands or watercourses. And habitats means areas or environments in which an organism or biological population normally lives or occurs. Okay, so that's broader than just wetlands. Now also codified in subsection D, it provides that a municipal agency shall not deny or condition an application for a regulated area in area outside wetlands unless such activity will likely impact or affect the physical characteristics of such wetlands or watercourses. And your regulations, of course, incorporate that. But that's precisely what in River Sound, the court, and I believe, what was that, 2010, the appellate court was referring to the very experts that you have before you today. Dr. Clemens and George Logan were in that River Sound case, and the court determined that there was substantial evidence that was presented to show that the amphibian life contributed to the life cycle of the wetlands themselves, the same point raised before you in this proceeding. The commission also found that the development would cause unacceptable fragmentation and isolation of the area, something else that was raised in this case by the same experts. And it would result in a substantial reduction of the capacity of the wetlands to maintain animal life, especially the amphibians. Again, the parallels between that case and this one are extraordinary. And nothing about that decision required a numerical certainty that Attorney Hollister claims is required. The law does not require numerical certainty, only a reasonable likelihood of unreasonable harm, which is either you could try to do some sort of calculation if it was possible. If you could determine from a certain volume of water and a concentration that you could predict that there would be a certain load coming off of that. But when you're talking about biological entities, you can also have the testimony of people like Dr. Clemens and Mr. Logan, who are knowledgeable about such things, who will testify, based on what I see, there is a reasonable likelihood that this is going to happen. Now, of course, you have to judge their credibility and the thoroughness by which they've done their work. Also, coincidentally, in River Sound, there was also an adverse effect of extensive blasting, grading, clearing, and cutting on the steep slopes and shallow areas around the outcroppings on animal and plant life associated with the wetlands. Like I said, the parallels between that case and this one are myriad. But in addition, in that case, the court also recognized, relying on the testimony of Mr. Logan and Dr. Clemens as experts, that certain types of species that live in the wetlands, including wood frogs and spotted salamanders, again recognized here, need an upland wooded area extending 750 feet from the edge of the vernal pools. Precisely the same points that are being made here. In other words, these things are not, my point here is, these things are not novel, they are not unusual, and in fact, they have been accepted by our courts previously. And they are certainly not speculative. They're based on a great deal of existing study and based on studies upon those studies. In this case, Dr. Clemens testified that the impacts of the frogs from the disruption of their upland wetland life cycle will result in impacts to the wetlands. So while your upland review area extends 150 feet from the wetlands, you are allowed to consider all of the applicant's proposed activities which would affect that area regardless of where they're located. So if the activity occurs somewhere else, if you can connect that to an impact on the wetland, it's a regulated activity. So as I said, I quoted to you some of the definitions in your regulations. If you look at section A6, the commission may look at the impacts of the proposed regulated activity on wetlands or watercourses outside the area for which the activity is proposed. Clearly, your regulations allow you to look outside of the regulatory areas. There's nothing about the case law that undermines your regulations. That's all we're asking you to do. And in section 8B, in regard to applications for regulated activity in which a public hearing was held, a permit shall not be issued unless shall not be issued unless the commission finds, on the basis of the proposed and future activities associated with or reasonably related to the proposed activities, which are made inevitable by the proposed regulated activity, which have an impact on wetlands or watercourses. In other words, it's a very broad set of things that you're allowed to look at. And finally, the permit shall not be issued unless the commission finds, and this is something that you must do, unless the commission finds on the basis of the record that a feasible and prudent alternative does not exist. This subsection shall not be construed to shift the burden from the applicant to prove he is entitled to the permit, or to present alternatives to the proposed activity. So in other words, the applicant retains that burden. It is not shifted from the applicant to the intervener, although I believe the intervener in this case has done a yeoman's job of providing you with a wealth of information on these impacts. In fact, Dr. Clemens opined in the record on this matter that there is a high likelihood of serious and irreversible wetlands impacts to wetlands and wetland dependent species from the proposed development. These adverse impacts include further degradation of the two vernal pools and the severing of the inter-conservation area connection linking primary conservation areas to the northeast and southwest through the wetlands mosaic previously described. These wetlands, including the subject property, have documented occurrence of ecologically important declining stateless species. There is more than a theoretical possibility of harm, of specific harm to the public's substantial interest in protecting these natural resources. The adverse impacts are highly probable, not merely possible. That is not the language of speculation. That's the language of as certain as you can be in this kind of work. And this is consistent with the holding in Aaron versus Conservation Commission, 183 Con 542, a Supreme Court case, that an examination of the act reveals that one of the major considerations is the environmental impact of proposed activity on wetlands and watercourses, which may, in some instances, come from outside the physical boundaries of a wetland or watercourse. Our case law is replete with examples of looking outside of the wetlands and looking even outside of the upland review area to find or to examine the impacts that come from activities that ultimately hit the wetlands. So the applicant repeatedly have said, well, there's no direct impacts to wetlands. It doesn't matter whether they're indirect or direct. If they're indirect and they impact the wetlands, it is a regulated activity. It's a handy phrase to use, though. I mean, it sounds good. There's no direct impact to wetlands. Okay, so they're not filling and cutting wetlands to any significant degree, but they are certainly having an impact. Finally, the application's incomplete. The Dr. Clemens and the REMA reports enumerate the deficiencies, that there were the Trap Rock seepage wetland ecosystem that serves as a wildlife corridor that was really not examined. The application doesn't assess to professional standards the edge wetland that George Logan pointed out, but even though it's off-site, it'll nevertheless be impaired through dewatering effects. And Mr. Logan, analyzes the watersheds and has noted that even if you look at their own calculations, there's a dewatering of that that hillside seepage wetland of about by 50%. And I believe that they may have underestimated the watershed. And the application fails to take into account or explain the impact that the large cut and fill will have on the half-acre seepage wetland itself. And no study of groundwater was done to determine the groundwater regime. And thus, there's no understanding of its components and how the groundwater components interact with surface water. In fact, the applicant's denying it. They were just arguing a few minutes ago that groundwater doesn't matter. Clearly, they didn't care about groundwater. They just said, it doesn't matter. It's not part of your purview. It is. The application also fails to account for the impact of the rerouting of the majority of the 44-acre watershed, the shallow Trap Rock wetland. And there's no existing water quality data. So it's hard, it's not hard, it's impossible to determine what the change might be to water quality if you don't know what the existing water quality is. If you're discharging to a pristine receptor, that's probably a relevant inquiry that should have been made. So finally, I'd like to say that the Connecticut Botanical Society raises an excellent and salient point. Habitat fragmentation and the loss of over 7 acres of habitat is likely to have an adverse impact on the hydrology and water quality and disruption of the wetlands species, which in turn impacts the physical properties of wetlands by interrupting nutrient cycling and increasing eutrophication, something that concurs with Dr. Clemens. I urge you to deny the application because it simply maximizes the utility of the site while treating the conservation values as afterthoughts. They use some engineering practices to make it look good, but there are alternatives that they simply haven't considered or won't consider that allow for viable provision of housing with lesser impact. And as a matter of law, unless the applicant has shown you that there is no alternative to their proposal of lesser impact, then the application simply must be denied. Thank you for your patience, and I know that was a long thing, but we've got quite a bit of materials here, and I thank you for your attention.
I do have a question for you, Attorney Ainsworth, because you mixed in a lot of issues associated with wetlands that have absolutely nothing to do with the Conservation Commission. So what I'm wondering is whether or not when we get back to the wetlands, you're planning on raising all of this information again, or are we just going to incorporate it into the wetlands meeting?
Well, first, I believe because wetlands is a subset of Conservation Commissions.
They're separate commissions. And the application is before wetlands, and what's before conservation was the intervener, and we've got 4 specific functions that we're supposed to be looking at based upon what was in the letter from the intervener. So you've gone sort of beyond that. I'm just asking as to whether or not some of the information that you had just raised, you're also planning on raising that again when we get to the wetlands portion of the meeting.
Well, the simple answer is yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Since we are incorporating these materials by reference into the other proceeding, I felt that by addressing both at the same time, we would save ourselves both the confusion and the duplication of effort.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Hollister for closing remarks from the applicant.
Yes, well, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman. I myself was scratching my head as we went off into wetlands and even things that have nothing to do with this hearing. So at this point, just so the commission is clear, I'm going to confine myself to the Conservation Commission function, and I will respond to quite a bit more of what Attorney Ainsworth just said when we wrap up the wetlands, because that's where that belongs. So just in summary, this is an advisory recommendation. You're not voting on a permit. Probably the single most important fact in the Conservation Commission's consideration is this 4.6 acre unconditional donation to the Farmington Land Trust, creating ecological connectivity. What you've heard about from Dr. Clements in great detail. We have, my client has stepped up and enhanced that function in a way that nothing else that they could possibly do would have done. And that for the interveners to minimize that, to ignore it, is just not appropriate. You heard from Ms. Raymond that the site plan was intended to and does preserve the habitat of the vernal pools. This value that Dr. Clements holds dear, the 750-foot radius is outdated. The 750-foot radius in this context has all kinds of development that has existed for decades. That it's really irrelevant, but the proper analysis is the directional buffer, and Ms. Raymond has showed you that if you apply that metric to the preservation of habitat, this site plan preserves the habitat and preserves it very extensively, both for ribbon snakes and for spotted salamanders and other wetland obligate species. All this talk about trap rock ridgeline protection is just incorrect, regulatorily incorrect, because this is not a trap rock ridgeline setback area. And in fact, several of the interveners' homes, if it were a ridgeline protected area, that's exactly where they have built their homes. We stand by our analysis that the Pinnell alternatives are misleading in the way they were laid out, but also the interveners are just talking out of both sides of their mouth. They're saying we can build on 11 acres or 6 acres in the northern part of the property and not have any impacts that would be of concern to Attorney Ainsworth. But if the applicant does it, then suddenly it becomes a problem. So I would point you again, commissioners, to 9.4B of the town ordinances is the list of the factors that the Conservation Commission should keep in mind when it makes its recommendation. And the only 3 that are even remotely relevant are B, land that should be kept as open space or for recreation purpose. C, methods of keeping open space without purchase by public agencies, such as the acquisition of easements or agreements with property owners. Sub D, recommended land practices and development of present town-owned properties. You have the land trust donation, that's open space at no cost to the town. You have the directional buffer maintained. We have met each of the criteria of the Conservation Commission. And so again, I'm not at this point going to respond to Attorney Ainsworth regarding wetlands regulation, because I will save that for when we actually are under the Wetlands Commission jurisdiction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing as how sort of the next step for the commission is we need to take a look at what's in the intervener's letter, in particular, what they've identified the claims as in sections 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D. But before we actually talk about that, I'm wondering if any of the commission members have any questions that they might have for our land use attorney, just in terms of the process and what this is all about as far as dealing with the petition.
Mr. Chairman? Oh. Yeah, this
Go
is
ahead,
Ned.
Ned.
Yeah, I have a question for our attorney, because I'm, in all my years on the Inland Wetlands Conservation, I never remember asking anybody for a groundwater study. And one side is telling us you need to consider the groundwater. I don't ever remember considering groundwater. So can I get a clarification on that from our attorney, please?
Well, I think those remarks were more directed towards the inland wetlands application. Right now, you're sitting as a Conservation Commission, and you're in the petition phase of the Conservation Commission's proceedings. So the groundwater issue, in my mind, and I listened to the full presentation from Mr. Ainsworth, was more directed to the inland wetlands application than it was the Conservation Commission application. So right now, your questions as a Conservation Commission are limited to those questions that relate to your jurisdiction in the ordinance.
Okay, I'll wait until we get to the inland wetlands then. Thank you.
So to reiterate, where you are right now, you're considering, after hearing everything you've heard, you're now in the point in your process where you're considering the 22A19 petition directed to the Conservation Commission.
Okay.
Excuse me, Attorney DiCrescenzo, you have in mind my assertion that there is no right to intervene in conservation because there's no conduct authorized. Thank you.
Just a comment on that. The petition was accepted, so it's properly before the Conservation Commission. the issues that raised by Attorney Hollister, in my view, go to the jurisdiction of the commission over that petition or the allegations within that petition.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, so my understanding is what we're going to need to do is take a look at each one of those 4 items that are laid out in the verified petition to intervene and kind of go through them one at a time and see what people's feelings are. So first one, first issue that was raised is activities proposed involve site alteration, which are reasonably likely to disturb or discharge stormwater runoff pollutants, especially, but not, I'm assuming it's exclusively, into 2 highly sensitive vernal pool wetlands, which, because they're located at a topographic low point, will receive stormwaters and thus over time will degrade the habitat of vernal pool obligate species. I'm going to change the order a little bit. And Dave, I'd like to start with you simply because I know Rich and Emily are a little bit newer and you've had some experience in this stuff in the past. So I'd like to go to Dave first for any comments he has on this particular item.
Okay, it doesn't seem like any of the stormwater is going to end up in the vernal pools. There is going to be stormwater directed to that other wetland. But given the stormwater treatment system that's being proposed, I don't think it's likely to have a significant effect. At least that's my initial thought.
Okay. Thank you. Robert?
I had the same thought that while there may be some impact, I don't think it is unreasonably likely to pollute. So I think given the scale of the development, there could be some impact, but I think the design of the drainage system is not likely to have extensive, unreasonable polluting or impairing of the area.
Mark?
I agree totally with the previous commissioner's statement about the impact. I don't think at this point meets the criteria that says we should stop this and not go forward. I think what they have done with the runoff of the water is controlled. I believe it's sufficient to protect the vernal pools.
Okay, thank you. Ned?
I agree with that. I don't think it's going to have a substantial impact on the vernal pools.
Okay, Jay?
This is exactly, I guess this is the point where I was, looking for the clarification I asked for at the very beginning, and I agree with everybody else. Thank you.
Rich?
I would agree that I don't see a substantial impact on the vernal pool.
Emily?
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, my take is the same. I mean, although the vernal pools are a low point, I mean, just the way that the pipes are established in the ground, I don't see the water flowing from the roadway or the proposed development back up to the vernal pools. So I don't see where I would have an issue on this, and I don't think there's going to be a likely reasonable chance of some pollutants there. So we seem to be pretty coordinated on that one. The second item is...
Mr. Chairman, if I might interrupt.
Sure.
Because you're currently sitting as a conservation commission, your discussion should be centered around the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission in relation to these 4 allegations. You'll get another chance at this under the inland wetlands petition, But here you're talking about whether or not these 4 allegations fall within your jurisdiction as a conservation commission.
So then if I modify my comment a little bit, it's basically with what I had said, I don't feel as though it falls under the purview of the Conservation Commission?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be, yeah, that would be the way to state it. And the reason I'm being particular about this is because if there is in fact an appeal, you know, we want to make sure the record is clear that each stage of this rather complicated proceeding relates to its proper application or petition as it may be.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the comment. I was just going to raise the 4 and then relate it to conservation, but I think taking your advice, I think we can probably do that for each of the 4.
Yeah, I would, yes, I think that's a reasonable way to proceed.
Okay. So do we have to go back on the first one, or are we okay on that one?
Well, I think you can summarize,
Okay.
and then if someone were to object to your summary, then they would speak up and.
Okay. All right, so then B is much of the site development is proposed within 750-foot radius of the vernal pool habitats. Current vernal pool science indicates that a buffer of 750 feet should be maintained to protect the integrity of the use of vernal pool habitats by obligate species. The applicant has insufficiently documented how its plans will maintain this integrity. So Dave, will go back. I'll just try and keep that same order to bring in a little bit of background. And so Dave.
I guess I'm kind of confused at this point as to what exactly, if any, role a Conservation Commission has on any of these topics. They seem to be more related to the wetlands.
So are you basically saying that you don't feel as though this particular item has jurisdiction under the Conservation Commission?
Well, looking at that list that was presented, it doesn't seem like looking at any development, any particular specific development plan on a parcel of land is something that the Conservation Commission does, unless I'm misunderstanding our role.
No, I think you're good. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, Robert?
I think on the jurisdictional question, I think that protection of the vernal pool is generally within the scope of the Conservation Commission. So I think this is within our control. That the extent of the information provided, I think, will be more of a question to be answered through the affiliated Inland Wetland Commission. But I think this is sufficient for standing by the intervener.
I'm not sure I fully understand.
If the scope of this is 3B,
yes.
Is it within the scope of the Conservation Commission for the purposes of the intervention? I think it is.
Okay, then the second question is, do you feel the testimony has met the burden of proof of reasonably likely to unreasonably pollute or degrade the element? That has the claim been supported?
Thanks, Shannon, for
So
the clarification.
it's a two-part. So
Yes.
as we look at these, it's really a two-part. Is it in your jurisdiction? Yes or no? If you don't think it is, then you really don't need to answer the second part. And I'm sure Bob will chime in if I'm oversimplifying this, but it's a
I
two-part
think
for each
that's
of these items. So if is it in your jurisdiction, yes or no? Yes, then you go on to the second part of the question is, did the intervener demonstrate that there is reasonable likelihood to unreasonably pollute the vernal pool, wetland, watercourse, again, under the context of your jurisdiction as a Conservation Commission member?
Yes, and I think on the first prong, yes, it's within the scope. On the second prong, no, I don't think that the petition met the standard for reasonable likelihood for unreasonable pollution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mark?
I would similarly say the same thing, but what I would say about the 750-foot radius, within that radius is also the gas line, which is something not under control of the applicant. So it's kind of, my mind is, it's hard, you can't meet that requirement if somebody else has control over that area, and they could do something that would disturb the vernal pool. So I kind of look at it as it's not something, I don't believe it's going to do, the buffer is going to be sufficient to make sure that the integrity of the vernal pools will be intact. I just have a problem with the fact within the 750 feet is the gas line, which is something that is outside of what we are dealing with at this present time. Is that a good way to put it, or not?
I think that's fine.
Okay. That's all.
I do not believe the Conservation Commission has jurisdiction on this portion.
Okay. Jay?
Where's Jay? Mr. Tulin, you need to unmute yourself. Hopefully.
Darn it. Yes,
Thank you.
sorry about that. Yes, I agree. Are we supposed to be answering the second question as well? Because I'm not sure Ned did.
Well, he doesn't need to, right? So Ned's saying he doesn't believe that it's under the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction based on his understanding of your jurisdiction and what the claim is. So he doesn't have to part to it.
I'm not sure what you agree with.
So
I agree that it is under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, and from what I've gathered with all the information that we heard tonight, I don't think that the intervener has, shown that there is a substantial impact. I'm going to make that brief.
Okay. Rich?
I would agree that it's under the Conservation Commission's charge, but I don't believe that, well, the part in here that says current vernal pool science, I'm kind of, because of the directional buffer that was presented, that this doesn't, the 750-foot radius kind of, I don't agree with that. So I don't think that they've shown that this will affect the integrity of the vernal pool.
Okay. Emily?
Sorry, I do think this is under the jurisdiction or the auspices or whatever it is, the purview of the Conservation Commission. I am still open to the idea that it qualifies, but I'm not thoroughly convinced.
Okay. I mean, this is the one I had the most trouble with, and I think that it probably does fall under our jurisdiction. But in looking at some of the other extenuating circumstances associated with this, for example, having the gas line is there, I think Eversource has a line there based on information provided by the applicant. I think they already identified it's, if I remember correctly, it's 38% of this envelope is already disturbed. Although it wasn't really discussed in the meeting, the magic number usually appears to be about 25%, and that's what you try to keep the disturbance under if at all possible. But here we're already in a position where we're beyond the 25%, which is the typical norm. But again, my bigger issue is with the gas line where they could come in and not need local jurisdiction for that. And with none of the species being on the federal list, I think that they're pretty much free to come in and do what they'd like. So I just don't see this as rising to the level. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. So although it may fall under conservation jurisdiction, I don't think that the burden has been met. And I have a lot of respect for Dr. Clemens, but just looking at some of the other issues associated with this site, that's kind of where I fall on this one. The third one, applicant has done insufficient site investigation to determine that the site does not support endangered, threatened, or species of special concern, as the applicant has only referred to Connecticut Deep Natural Diversity Database, which is neither comprehensive nor definitive in its contents. Additionally, there's no indication that NDDB contains any information regarding the site and therefore even relevant. The detention basins proposed for the project are close enough to the vernal pools that they pose a real threat of acting as decoy vernal pools, which are reasonably likely to attract vernal pool obligate species, which will use the basins as breeding sites, but will cause a failure of the breeding cycle. I know that there's been a lot of discussion on this one,
So
but Dave, we'll go back to you to start.
Bob, I'm going to interrupt real quick. You read both C and D. Is your intent?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I had some writing across it and my writing went across D and I didn't see it stop there. I apologize.
Okay, so we're going to tackle just C at
It's
this
just a
particular
natural
point.
diversity database issue.
Okay,
My
Thank you for-
apologies.
no problem. I just
I'll
wanted
have
to
to erase my
clarify. Thank
pencil
you.
marks. Dave?
Again, I'm kind of uncertain about our jurisdiction to be looking at a specific site as opposed to broad conservation issues. But just regard to the database species kind of issues, you could study sites forever to find or not find species. I think the plan that they've developed is basically the Natural Diversity Database's usual plan for amphibians and turtles, so that oftentimes, even when they're found, the advice from DEEP would have been to institute those measures, so they're doing it. So I think that takes a little pressure off of having to do extensive site work. That's my thoughts.
Robert?
I think the issue within paragraph 3C is within the Conservation Commission jurisdiction. So on the first prong, it's a yes. And the second prong, has the petitioner met the substantial evidence test? I think the answer is no. So prong 2 is no.
Okay, Mark?
This is one that I think is difficult for me because I don't truly have sufficient knowledge to know how to make a good decision on this, but so I don't know how to approach it. I mean, I know that I just feel like there was a search for the area, but was it sufficient enough? I don't know what is sufficient, so I don't know how to answer this question.
All right, we may need to get back to you.
Okay, I have to.
Ned?
Yeah, I do think obviously the endangered species or any kind of species is within our jurisdiction. But I mean, based on the information and the studies that we've seen, the impact assessment and the information that's been provided, I do think they've done a sufficient site investigation for what species are there.
Okay, thank you. Jay?
Can you, I want to just make sure did I unmuted myself properly?
Yes, you did.
Yep, you're all set, Jay.
Okay. You know, I kind of struggle with some of this stuff myself as, you know, going along with Mark, but, you know, I guess the best I can do is say I do believe it's under our jurisdiction, and I'm actually not sure how to answer the other question. So you know, I guess maybe you're going to have to come back to me because I feel the same way that Mark does. I know that's not very helpful, but that's the best I can do.
All right, well, we'll come back and discuss. Rich?
I would think that that it is within our jurisdiction, and I think they've done what is typically done in an application looking for a species of special concern.
Okay, Emily?
I do think it is within our jurisdiction. I, as with Mark and Jay, am not 100% clear on how to determine if the work has been sufficient. So in the interest of conservation, I'm going to say that I think that this Part C holds merit.
What'd you say?
I think it's under our purview, and I agree with them.
You agree with what?
I do not think that there is sufficient investigation regarding endangered, threatened, or special concern species. As Mark and Jay said, I'm not 100% clear on if it is sufficient or not, but in the interest of safe versus sorry, I'm going to take the intervener's side on this one.
All right, I mean, my general take is that it falls under conservation jurisdiction. However, having worked on stuff like this, I know how, and this was raised earlier, that you can go out on a site and you can spend a lot more time there than the applicant did and still not find anything, whether it be plant or animal. I think the one thing that lends credence to what the applicant has done is the fact that for some of these species, they have taken the approach that we will assume that it is there. And by doing that, we will then install particular mitigation measures to try and protect the species. So, you know, for example, the 24-inch fabric that's going around the detention basins as a way to stop some of the species from possibly going in there and using that as a decoy pool rather than the two vernal pools. I mean, so they're taking a position where they're actively trying to prevent an assumed animal from getting into the property and creating high mortality rates in that respect. So to me, again, you can go out and you can look at a site over and over and over and over again and still not see anything. Ribbon snake is a good example of that, where they're very difficult to find. So when you do find one, it's kind of a surprise. But I think that by taking the approach that they will be taking mitigation measures to try and keep those identified critters out of the work area, that to me is another way of dealing with this measure. So to me, I would say that the applicant has done what they needed to do on this. So I don't know, Mark, do you want to say anything else?
Well, I heard somebody sound like they're speaking as you were speaking. I didn't know if there's somebody else who wanted to say something first.
That was Ned. That was me telling my dog no. Sorry.
Well, I don't think your dog has jurisdiction here, so I'll go forward. I understand what the chairman's saying, and it helps me a little bit going forward. I believe this is under our jurisdiction, and I believe the applicants did do reasonable search. And I remember hearing before in this discussion about from other people besides the chairman that you could go out and site multiple times and would not find these critters, and then some other time you go, they're there. So I guess I should then take the approach of then a sufficient effort has been made to verify that they reviewed the site and taken the proper measures to protect them. That's all.
Okay. Jay?
Yeah, and I would also agree with Mark. I do have my own mind, but I would agree with Mark that actually the chairman's comments helped me realize that it's, you know, what you said was compelling enough for me to go along and say that the applicant did do sufficient, sufficient work to substantiate what they're looking for in this case. So I'll go along with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think Rich and Emily gave their opinions, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we've discussed that one. So D, the detention basins are close enough to the vernal pools that they pose a real threat, acting as a decoy vernal pool. So Dave?
Sorry, I misclicked the unmute. I think that the new higher fence addresses the issue sufficiently.
Okay, can we hit
Under
jurisdiction
our
first,
jurisdiction?
please?
Oh, again, I'm uncertain about the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission in this whole matter. But in any case, I think the applicant has addressed the issue.
Robert?
I think issue 3D is within our jurisdiction. The proximity of the detention basins to the vernal pool and protection of the vernal pool is within our jurisdiction. But I do not think that the petitioner met the evidentiary standard for substantial impact. So yes on first prong, no on second prong.
Okay. Mark?
I believe this is under our jurisdiction. I believe the applicant has done things to mitigate the harm to the vernal pools by, as one thing somebody's mentioned about the extended height of the fencing, these detention basins. So that's how I look at it.
Okay, Ned?
I tend to lean towards this is in our jurisdiction. I do think the vernal pools being on the other side of the road and with the elevated pipes are protected. And I also would add that, you know, we talk about the rights of way of the gas main, but, you know, the town garage site adjacent to the vernal pools, I mean, that is going to contribute to, you know, any kind of problems that can be happening with the vernal pools. I mean, we have trucks, we have storage of materials, you know, and we have, I think the leaf dump area where there's a transfer station part. So, you know, I think there's a lot of things that are going on in that area that could be affecting the vernal pool other than this project. And I think the location of the project, where it is in the property, and the fact that the pipes going under the roadway are set at a place at a invert elevation that helps protect the vernal pools, that I think the vernal pools are protected.
But what this is dealing with the detention basins.
Wait, I thought this was, yeah, but the detentions that they're, wait, are we on C or D?
D. But it's
C?
the D is in David,
D.
but it's
Yeah.
the detention basins acting as a decoy to the vernal pools.
Oh, I see. All right, I'm misunderstanding it. No, I still think that the detention basins are not going to be a decoy to the vernal pool.
Okay. Jay?
If I were to just say yes and yes, is that going to be a sufficient answer for you?
Yeah, you don't need, I mean, you said what you needed to say.
Okay, I'm gonna make it simple.
Okay, Rich?
Yes, it's our, under our charge, and with the mitigation measures, I don't believe it's a threat to the vernal pool.
Okay, Emily?
Yes, I believe it is under our purview, and I appreciate the mitigation measures, but I do not think the mitigation measures will address all vernal obligate species. So yes, I agree with Jay.
Okay.
What's Tim's point on that text?
I can see this being under our
Can't
jurisdiction,
figure it out either?
but I do not think
Okay.
that it will
All right, if you
create a
figure it out,
problem
call
with
me.
the vernal pools acting, or acting as a decoy because of the mitigation measures that are being taken. I know that there was a change in the plans going from a 12-inch high fence to a 24-inch high fence. So that seems to be a little more reasonable, and the way that it's installed, it should be able to keep out those critters that keep their four legs on the ground. So I would say no on the second. So now that we've discussed these, I'm not exactly sure how we go about this. So I may be asking for some help
Yeah,
from our attorney, just in terms of what the protocol would be now. So do we need to make a motion? We probably need to clarify, I think, where we are with all of these, but then we would need to make a motion for a yes or a no, correct?
Yes, you would make a motion to either accept or deny, approve or deny the petition. And from the content of the discussion I've heard, you may wish to take each item individually, and the motion would be to either accept or deny the petition as to item A, item B, item C, and item D. Is that,
and I kept a tally, Chairman, Mr. Chair. So I do have a tally of what we just went through. Should it be helpful?
now the motion would be the petitioner did or did not meet his burden that the cited activity or the cited issue is reasonably likely to unreasonably pollute the air, water, natural resources of the state. And then this is in the nature of a referral to the Inland Wetlands Agency. So you're not approving any application here or any, you would refer your decision back to the Inland Wetlands Agency.
Okay, so Shannon, if I'm remembering, even though I'm not looking at my little tally sheet, because I didn't do a tally sheet, it sounds like that on A, that was that the petitioner did not meet their burden by a majority of the members.
Correct. All members were in agreement on that item.
In that case, the appropriate motion would be if it's made, the motion to deny the petition on 3A.
Okay, and then we would do that for each of the four?
I think so, because you're not uniform. I didn't hear uniformity across all four.
That is correct. Yep. Okay, so would someone care to make that motion on 3A? To deny the intervenor application?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Eisner. I move to deny the intervener's request on item 3A.
Is there a second?
Mark here, I'll second.
Okay, I know we've had some discussion on this, but I don't know if anybody has any other comments they want to make at this point in time. So hearing none, those in favor of the motion to deny intervenor application 3A, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstaining? Okay, so we have an answer for 3A. For 3B, I know that the majority of people thought that this was something that was under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, but I believe the majority was that they did not feel as though the burden was met. So this again would be a negative. Right, Shannon? I think it was like.
Correct. There was the majority. At the time, Emily noted she was unsure at that particular point, but yes, the majority said yes jurisdiction. The majority were yes jurisdiction, but no, the standard was not met for substantial impact.
Okay, so can I get a motion to deny intervenor application as it relates to 3B?
This is Dave. I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
This is Jay. I'll second it.
Okay, and just so that we have some clarity in terms of how people are going to vote, and I think I'm just going to go individually to people just to confirm so we have a full vote on this, because I think we may have had a mixed vote on it. So Dave, this would be an approval would be to deny the intervenor application for 3B.
I would vote to deny.
Okay, Robert?
A vote to deny.
Mark?
I will vote to deny.
Ned?
Vote to deny.
Jay?
Vote to deny.
Rich?
Vote to deny.
Emily?
Vote to deny.
And I will also vote to deny. Now we get to 3C. And that is the one associated with the investigation really associated with the natural diversity database and whether or not they did a comprehensive enough review. I believe on this one, I think everybody pretty much thought this fell under the jurisdiction, but I believe it was a mixed bag in terms of those saying that the applicant did a sufficient job.
Correct.
So
It was more, they felt the applicant had done sufficient than not.
Right.
So it's probably still easier to do this from a deny standpoint.
Okay. So can I get a motion to deny the intervenor application as it relates to 3C?
Mr. Chairman, this is Ned, and I will make a motion to deny the item 3C.
Okay, is there a second?
Mark here. I'll do a second.
Is there any other discussion before we go around? I'm going to do it the same way because I think we were mixed in terms of people's position. So if there are no more comments or questions on it, I'll go with Dave.
I'll vote to deny.
Robert?
Deny.
Mark?
Deny.
Ned?
Deny.
Jay?
Deny.
Rich?
Deny.
Emily?
I vote to approve.
Okay, and I will deny. So that's 7-1.
Correct.
Okay, and then the last one is dealing with the detention basins acting as a threat by creating a decoy vernal pool area. I think we're all pretty uniform on that one. But I think everybody agreed that it was our jurisdiction, but I think people said because of the mitigation measures and things that the applicant did what they needed to do so that the intervener did not meet their level requirement, right?
For the most part, it was split, but the majority said the petitioner did not meet the standard, the burden of proof.
Okay, so then can I get a motion to deny the intervener application as relates to 3D?
So moved, Mr. Chairman, Statchin.
Okay, is there a second?
Second by Eisner.
Okay, Dave,
Deny.
Robert,
Deny.
Ned,
Deny.
oh, sorry, Mark.
I know. I
It was
don't
a
care.
test.
I say deny.
Okay, Jay,
I say deny as well.
Rich,
Deny.
Emily,
Approve.
and I will deny.
Okay, so that, I believe that completes your vote on the petition. And you would refer back to inland wetlands, your action on the petition.
Okay, and then I just want to try and clarify one thing. In terms of this vote and the recommendation to the Wetlands Commission, does this or does this not have an impact on prudent and feasible alternatives?
No, because you denied the petition, the applicant did not meet its burden. Therefore, there is no obligation, excuse me, the petitioner did not meet his burden. Therefore, there is no obligation on the part of the applicant to propose reasonable and prudent alternatives. Had you granted the petition, then the burden would shift to the applicant to propose reasonable and prudent alternatives.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm that, so thank you.
And I just want to point out, under 22A19, you have a separate set of regulations under
Right.
inland wetlands to consider for, but your referral back to wetlands is that the Conservation Commission voted to deny the applicant's, the petitioner's petition.
Okay, so you may have to help me here, Shannon, because I'm trying to go through all my papers again.
No, I understand. So the final item, now that the Conservation Commission has addressed and made findings with respect to the intervener petition, the next step then would be, as the Conservation Commission, are there other general conditions? Again, this came before you as a referral from inland wetlands because of the nature of the application. So with that, is there any other items as Conservation Commission that you would like considered to refer back to inland wetlands as conditions of approval?
Yeah, and on this action, again, you need to look to your jurisdiction in the ordinance for that referral.
I'm not sure exactly what you were referring to on that.
Well, it comes to you as a Conservation Commission from wetlands, and the difficulty here is that you're the same people. But as a Conservation Commission, your charge is to look at the application, compare it to those items within your jurisdiction, and then make a referral back to yourselves as a Wetlands Commission on items within your jurisdiction. For instance, the applicant's attorney spoke about open space. Open space is clearly something you're concerned with. As a Conservation Commission, it would be reasonable to comment and refer back to the Wetlands Commission on the adequacy of open space and the location or some other aspect of that as an example of how you would fit that within your jurisdiction under the ordinance.
Okay, because I know that some of the issues that I was possibly thinking of really fall more under wetlands, so I don't have anything to add. I mean, if we were going to make a comment on the open space, I mean, I think that one of the key aspects of that is that it ties in nicely with existing land trust open space as it is. So I think that in essence is a good fit. And
That would be, for instance, an appropriate matter to refer back to the Wetlands Agency, comment on open space issues.
well, that's why I was bringing it up, just so, I mean, I think that that was important because it does take some of this property away from potential development in the future, but it also adds a much larger open space area that will not be subject to any type of development in the future. I mean, I don't know how other people feel about that, if that's something folks want to add into the recommendation back to wetlands. I mean, I'm not sure there are any other specific issues that I would see from the Conservation Commission. Some of the things I'm thinking of are actually wetland related issues and we would take up at wetlands.
This is Rich. I would commend, as a member of the Conservation Commission, I would commend the applicant for making that donation of the parcel to the land trust and urge them to consider conserving additional undeveloped land of that parcel.
Any other comments on open space that's being proposed here?
I think the open space, the way you've phrased it, has been very well put.
Yeah, I agree that we should commend them for what they've done, and in response to adding to the open space, consider more areas that are within the watershed of the vernal pools.
This is Commissioner Eisner. I agree that the open space, although I think the spin is that the Conservation Commission is recommending to the Inland Wetland Agency that the Inland Wetland Agency accept and pursue the open space donation as part of the application for its environmental benefits and consistency with our open space objectives, and that the Inland Wetland Commission consider reasonable conditions to protect the natural resources, including vernal pools at the site. That would be my part of the recommendation from the Conservation Commission to Inland Wetlands.
And I agree wholeheartedly with what you just said. So, I mean, I'd be happy to use that kind of language. Is this something that we actually need to take a formal vote on?
I think you would vote on the referral back to wetlands along the lines of what you've just.
All right, are there any other questions, comments about the conservation side of this?
This is Jay. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what the attorney just said. So voting on the referral in its entirety, including language that includes the donation of open space to be considered by the Inland Wetlands Commission.
Yes.
Not separately, just on this new language that we were talking about, open space. We would be voting on the thing on this in its entirety, including that language.
Yes. Words to the effect that the Conservation Commission has reviewed the applicant's inland wetlands application, has the following comments, and those comments consist of the referral back to the Inland Wetlands Agency under the ordinance.
Okay, that's what I thought. I understood completely. Thank you.
So
when they do, Attorney DiCrescenzo, sorry, I got to separate out my Bobs. When they do the referral, so we did the formal vote, obviously, with respect to the intervener petition.
Correct.
So the referral back, the vote for the referral back to Inland Wetlands needs to actually include that denial. So it'd be, the motion would indicate that the Conservation Commission
Deny the
on this
petition.
application is making a referral back to inland wetlands, and the items included are the Conservation Commission voted to deny the intervenor petition on all points, and there's support of the donation of land trust and any other conservation items that may, conservation measures, reasonable conservation measures put in place to protect the vernal pools.
I think that's well stated, Shannon.
Okay. Thank you for helping me clarify.
So would someone care to make that motion? How good is your memory?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that the Conservation Commission is referring the subject application back to the Inland Wetland Agency after having reviewed and denied the intervener's petition, with the recommendation from the Conservation Commission that the Inland Wetland Agency recognize and accept the offer of open space to the Farmington Land Trust in recognition of the environmental merits of that open space, and the Inland Wetland Agency consider all reasonable conditions to protect the natural resources of the site, including vernal pools, with its consideration of the inland wetland application.
Very good. Is there a second?
This is Rich.
Jay, I'll second. Did someone beat me to it?
No, that's fine, Jay. We got you.
Cool.
All right. Is there any other discussion, comments, questions about this? If not, those in favor of the referral to inland wetlands, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstaining? So be it.
Oh my God.
All right. So the only thing left on the Conservation Commission agenda, Mr. Chair, is the approval of the minutes from February 3rd.
No, actually, there's one other thing,
Oh,
because you don't have anything down here, and I read it today.
oh boy.
And I don't think you've given us a specific answer yet for the Household Hazardous Waste Collection Day.
Oh gosh. I'm like, oh no, what is No,
Are we-
I
Are we
apologize.
supposed to be there to help out, or are we supposed to stay away and let the towns do their job?
Yeah, no, you don't need to be in attendance. We've actually added another municipality, and I discussed it. I discussed it with Russ Arnold, and he indicated with the additional municipality and the existing staffing, they will staff this, and assistance from Conservation Commission members will not be needed at the April Household Hazardous Waste.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because we've always been required to be there in the past. So
I
I just wanted to clarify it early enough.
I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome. So now what, we're with
Motion on the minutes.
motion on the minutes?
Make a motion to approve the minutes of last month, or last meeting.
February 3rd?
February 3rd, correct.
February 3rd.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Mark.
Any questions, comments, corrections? Hearing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? So be it. So I guess now we can close the Conservation Commission meeting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does anybody need to take a minute or two break? Hearing nothing, we'll go on.
Hearing none, I'll press on, right?
I'm sorry, I nodded off there for a bit. Did you say something?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
This is Jay. I have another Zoom meeting at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just saying.
Right. Thanks.
All right, we can get out of here by 10 of. Okay, I'll call the Inland Wetlands meeting to order. It's 9:35, and first item on the agenda is Eagle Scout Jake Clark.
I know Jake was on earlier.
I'm here.
All righty, you hung in. All right, Jake, we've got your presentation up. Hopefully you can see it on your screen.
Yep.
And you're welcome to start your presentation when you're ready.
I'd like to thank the commission and Mr. Rutherford for giving me time on the agenda tonight. For the project plan. So I plan to build a bog bridge on a trail in the Farmington Memorial Forest. The bridge will help hikers stay on the trail, protecting the wetlands. This will serve both as a convenience for the hikers and to protect the environment from hikers going off the trail and harming wildlife in their habitat. This project can be completed. This project will be completed under my supervision and planning with help from the members of Troop 68. And this project could be completed in the late winter, early springs. So right after after the snow, but before the ground thaws. Next slide, please. So I have circled the area on the map. It is right between where the red and white trail intersect. It should be circled here. Next slide, please. So this is the area right here. This area has a small stream going through right around when the snow begins to thaw. Snow and ice begins to thaw, causing the trail to become covered. So the bridge will go right between here to prevent the environment from being damaged of that area. Next slide, please. So for the bridge's basic design, it's going to be two 2x12 by 8s on top of two 6x6 by 4s. Or to build one segment of this, each segment's roughly around 8 feet long. And they will intersect to create a longer bridge. We've estimated at around 8 segments to span the 63-foot gap. Yeah. Next slide, please. So that's the end of the proposal. What did I say? Sorry. If there's any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, what's your pleasure, folks? I think we've seen a number of these types of projects in the past. And I think we've pretty much allowed these by right. We haven't required a full-blown application. I mean, I think the activity that's being proposed is going to help people that actually go out there and hike on the trails. It's serving a good purpose. And it'll help a number of people and it won't cost the town anything. So go around and check with each person, see what you think. But Rich, your comments, questions?
I'd like to thank Jake for undertaking this project and wish him luck in completing it successfully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Emily?
you.
I think this looks and sounds great. Thanks so much for your work on it so far.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dave?
I agree. It looks like a good project, and good luck.
Thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, I agree. Jake, thanks for pursuing an environmentally beneficial project for your scouting project, and good luck with the work and be safe.
Thank you.
Mark?
Yeah, Jake, I think it's an excellent project, and thank you for doing this. And good luck when you finish, when you become an Eagle Scout.
Thank you.
Ned?
I think it looks like a good project. I support anything that keeps my feet dry. And I wish them all the best with it.
Thank you.
Jay?
I got mixed up a little bit. I would agree. It sounds like a great project. It's going to be of benefit to people that go in that location. And, you know, wish you a lot of luck, Jake, with the project.
Thank you.
And I agree with my colleagues on this. I mean, I think we all like to see some of these projects coming in. It just shows that we've got a number of people that are really trying to do some good projects in the town. So congratulations and good luck with it.
Thank you.
Okay, we actually, Mr. Chairman, if you would, a formal motion to make the determination that it's a permitted activity, is a non-regulated for section 4B would be helpful, if you wouldn't mind, please.
I would be happy to ask someone to make such a motion.
Thank you.
Statute, I'll make a motion to approve as a permitted activity.
Reich, I will second.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Hearing none. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? You're off on your own now.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Jake.
you.
And just
Good job.
as you proceed, just keep me posted on your progress, okay?
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
Next is the City of New Britain Water Department.
Yes. And
I'm here.
Here's Seb. Thank you, Seb.
I commend you all for your stamina.
I always have a long way to go, but thank you.
So this project, just to recap from the meeting of February 3rd, is City of New Britain is extending their water main on Batterson Park Road. It's about 2,300 lineal feet. It's within their service area, and all work will be done within the paved area. We'll have the appropriate erosion controls at stockpile areas, and all the catch basins will have erosion control, and they'll be required to clean up every day and maintain things in a clean order. The trench will be limited to approximately about 50 feet open at a time to try and limit the amount of sediment or earth that gets disturbed. As I said, it's all within the paved areas. Some of them are marked as wetlands or upland review areas, but it's in previously disturbed roadway limits.
Okay, so I don't know if anybody has any questions. We'll start with Rich.
No questions.
Emily?
No questions from me.
Dave?
Questions?
Robert?
No questions.
Mark?
No questions.
Ned?
Appears to have minimal impact, and I have no questions.
Jay?
I feel the same way. No questions. Thank you.
I've got one. I just want to make sure that I understand something. So basically the construction will be, you'll be digging a trench, installing some pipe, backfilling, and that's sort of how you'll end the day. You're not going to leave a long trench out there, correct?
Correct. They're required no more than 50 feet at a time, and they've got to have a closed trench at the end of every day.
Okay.
And they'll have the appropriate traffic controls or whatever else is needed as required by the town DPW.
Okay. I mean, some of the other things I'm assuming because people don't have questions and we've seen this project before, and I feel as though it's a good project because anytime you can sort of close a dead end water line, it's a good thing for everybody on that water line. I know you talked about stockpiles, but I would think that they need to be protected with silt sock. We don't want the stockpile areas within a wetland or upland review area. Right. And I guess if there's excess material, will that be trucked off and will that go somewhere and possibly the soils be tested before disposed of?
It definitely will be trucked off site. We could arrange for testing before disposal. It's not commonly done, but we can do that. This is not a hazardous waste area. You know what I mean? It's not a suspect waste area, at least that I know of, unless you have additional information.
No, I don't have additional information, but Robert, you want to comment on that? No offense, it's your program. You're muted.
I couldn't find the mute button. In terms of testing, it's going to depend on where the material is going, but it's so I don't have a specific recommendation, Bob.
Okay, no, that's fine. I figured discuss it. If we don't have an issue, that's fine. So would somebody care to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I've got to just remind everyone that we're back acting as the Inland Wetlands Commission,
Right.
and so our alternates cannot vote unless seated. And
our regular members are here. There is one vacancy, and we cannot sit an alternate on, to vote for that vacant position. So it will be a 6-person vote.
Correct.
Okay. So would somebody care to make a motion with, the conditions that I raised, but also what are in items 7A, B, and C? Because I think we discussed the sequencing conditions, so we don't need to deal with that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the application with the conditions that we've discussed.
Okay. Is there a second?
Dave will second.
Okay. Don't seem to be any questions on this one. So those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? So good luck with the project.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Christian Rice?
I believe we have Mr. Whitney on the phone.
We do.
All right. So, Dave, do you want to start with this plan, or do you want to start with the aerial or the topo map that you had provided to me?
This plan is perfect.
Okay. I'm happy to switch over when you're ready.
Pardon me?
I can switch over whenever you'd like me to.
All right, then, let me echo that last applicant. I admire the commission for their stamina. We're past my bedtime, but, so I'll try to be brief. This is lot 17 Vine Hill Road, owned by Christian Rice, who wants to build a house on the property. We came to this commission last fall because there was an intermittent water course on the front portion of the site, and he received permission to build his portion of his driveway within the 150 feet of that intermittent water course. The rest of the development of the lot, or so we thought at the time, was outside of the 150-foot regulated area from that intermittent water course. However, and it is, you can see Shannon showing you the intermittent water course right now. However, when we prepared the final site plan and took a site walk in December, this was Shannon and Bruce Steer and myself, we found a intermittent water course off the site. It's shown in red on this plan. It appears to me it's an old wood road. I don't know for sure, but that's what it looks like. And at one location, right about where Shannon has the cursor, the water pops out of the ground, almost exactly like the water course on the front of the site. We happened to be walking the property the day after we had 2 inches of rain. So that's what happened. And so at the time, we pulled a tape and agreed to keep all of the proposed grading as shown in black on this plan, with about 150 feet from that intermittent water course. You see a line that goes across the property there. That was what we agreed would be the limit of the site grading and site disturbance at that time, so the applicant could proceed with his project. Since then, the applicant, Christian Rice, an owner, would like a bigger yard. He would like to not have to truck material off the site. So we're proposing now to have some additional grading on the site as shown in red on this plan that will be within 150 feet of this second intermittent water course. So we're not looking for any sort of action by the commission tonight. Just to answer some questions. Number one, the intermittent water course was observed by, as I mentioned, myself and Shannon and Bruce, has not been delineated by Michael Klein, has not been, who was our soil scientist for the previous application, has not been located by a surveyor, but you know, we know it's there and it's in the approximate location shown on this plan. So my question is it necessary to have a soil scientist delineate this wetlands or have a surveyor locate it? Is its exact location critical? I would argue not, because we know it's approximately where it's shown on the plan. It's off the site. There is a stone wall that runs along the rear property line of this lot that is a physical barrier between any activities and the intermittent water course. So we're asking the commission if you feel those steps are necessary. And then what we'll do is revise the plan if necessary accordingly and come back to you at the next meeting. Shannon, did I more or less summarize that correctly?
Yeah, I would say you characterized that correctly.
Okay. In addition, there is a vernal pool. I hate to bring that up after the whole.
Dave, we're having
Barely
trouble.
hear you.
We're having a lot of trouble. You're kind of in and out, and you have a very robotic sound to your voice. I don't know if there's something interfering with your microphone.
There's an echo, like a vibrating echo I hear.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to adjust the settings. Do you want me louder? Or how's that? Any better?
It's about the same. Go ahead. We're picking up most of it. So go ahead.
Okay, well, I apologize. The second thing I was going to mention was that there is an existing vernal pool off the property to the south of this site. Perhaps Shannon, if you could show the sketch that I sent.
Certainly.
Okay, our site is shaded in gray. The first intermittent water course is shown near Vine Hill Road. The second intermittent water course is shown off the site at the southern part of the property. And then about 190 feet away is a vernal pool. So we are outside the regulated area, the 150 feet from the vernal pool. And the flow of the intermittent water course is away from the vernal pool. So at this point, I guess I'd answer any questions, but mainly we're looking to see if we need to have a soil scientist be involved and have a surveyor be involved. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're set. So, yeah, the chair. We can start questions if you'd like.
Yeah, no, I'm just sort of staring at the map to figure out where I want to go, but I'll start with Rich. Any questions and your take on what they may need to do?
I'm not all that concerned about the intermittent water course, but the vernal pool kind of adds a layer of complexity here. So I would like to have somebody look at that. That's my comment.
Okay, Emily?
I have no comments at this time.
Dave?
Yeah, it looks like the house got shifted to the south somewhat too. Is that part of this, the reason for this grading?
The house, in the original application, we just showed an approximate house location. Now that we have the final house location, it has been shifted slightly to the south from that original location. But it's not the reason that we're doing the grading. The reason we're proposing the grading is to make a larger yard and to have additional area to move fill, because the site requires quite a bit of grading, and rather than take it off site, we'd like to keep it on site. So for those two reasons, larger yard and area to dispose of fill.
Do we know the nature of the soils that we're dealing with here and how erodible they might be?
It's compact till.
I guess that's it for now.
Thank you. Robert?
Dave, what's the grade of the slope that you'll create with the fill being placed?
The maximum slope will be 2-to-1 down by the septic area, which is the upper portion on the screen, right? Shannon, if you can get right there, that's a 2-to-1 slope right there. Then up above, it's a 6-to-1 slope. Right.
Okay.
Move the, yeah.
In this area, Dave, you're talking 6-to-1 or over here?
Right there, Shannon. Where you had the cursor previously is the relatively flat yard.
Flat area, right.
That's about a 2%, 3% grade there.
I think my concern was going to the same issue that Commissioner Fox raised, that, the erodibility of the soils, the steepness of the slope. I can understand why the owner wants to limit cost and keep the fill at the site, but I would encourage you to come up with some, modest grades to minimize the potential for erosion and slope failure. There is the intermittent water course off the property. And in terms of the grades, if there is any substantial erosion or failure of the slope, where is the vernal pool and which way is the grade flowing?
It's Shannon is showing you, okay, right there where the title block on my plan is where the vernal pool is.
Yeah.
And the site drains in the opposite direction.
Okay.
See, right there.
Point. And it's
Yep.
draining.
Yeah, so you've got a good separating distance, 190 feet, and it's the flow is in the opposite direction. So Dave, my recommendation would just be, well, it's reasonable to try and use the material on the site. Keep in mind, you have to balance that with, creating grades that are going to be easy to stabilize and maintain over time. On the issue of requiring soil scientists, I don't think it's necessary because the intermittent water course is off-site, and all of your work is going to be done outside of the actual wetland in the buffer zone. So I would not require a additional soil scientist review.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Mark?
Just one thing. Some of you had mentioned maybe go and look into these vernal pools and maybe not the waterway, but that's on somebody else's property, so they don't have the right to go into that property and do any further exploration, I assume, right, Shannon?
The property to the, I'm going to say, south is a little unique in that it is private property, but there is a easement over it, a conservation easement in favor of the Farmington Land Trust, and that easement document. And I realized there were a lot of documents sent to you folks this weekend. I'm going to preface this statement, but one of the documents that was shared with you was the easement document and a study of the property done by CCSU students a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was trying to figure out, I didn't make the connection whether it was applicable to, so I
Sure.
saw that, and there was a lot of questions about what everything meant and how they all got together. So are there markers around that vernal pool or something down there talking about this as conservation area, or it's maintained by the land trust and they know about it?
So it is, so what originally got Bruce and I, Bruce did a lot of the legwork on this for us, but when we were out and did that site walk with Dave, we did literally walked all around here, walked down, didn't quite walk down all the way to the pond here. But we caught glimpse of a couple of the land trust markers, the conservation easement markers that are put up by the land trust. And so that's what got us digging further to try to figure out what even though it's privately owned, why are there land trust markers on this? And so that's why we dug in. So there isn't anything here, but this entire property is undeveloped and will remain so based on the conservation easement over in favor of the land trust. But there are a few land trust markers here. And so I think one of the suggestions I had is that, you know, something the commission could consider is put a rear 10, 20 feet of the property. I think the grading's coming right up to the property. Well, not quite. Here it's coming right up to the property line. You know, you could consider requesting another conservation easement along this, you know, a strip here that would require then conservation easement markers on this property. And then it would get recorded in the land record. So it'll run with title to the land, and it would also then put markers here. I'm not suggesting that it needs to be overly wide, given the distance to the water course and certainly the distance to the vernal pool. But I think, you know, the additional visual barrier and having it run with title may be helpful. But that's my 2 cents on that.
Okay, my concern was about the vernal pool, and I'm not so concerned about bringing a soil scientist out to mark where the waterway, water course is and all that. So as said previously, I think some mitigation should be taken, the slope of the soil should be, the soil should be not as dramatic and maybe would be spread out a little less than what steepness as it is. But I'm more concerned about that vernal pool being protected, and maybe your suggestion about medallions and maybe a conservation area is a good idea. Thank you, that's all.
Okay, Ned?
Yeah, I don't think we need a soil scientist, but I do think they need to show the town that they have, you know, some kind of control for the erosion, and, you know, it looks like they're around, you know, that 440 marker, and they've created a drainage trough that's going to go down, and I just think they're going to need to make arrangements for that. And it might not be a bad idea to put a conservation easement in here. You know, I don't know if we like 30 feet or 25 feet or something, just so we can make sure that nothing gets over to that intermittent, you know, less chance of anything getting over to the intermittent water course. or the vernal pool.
That it?
That's it.
Okay, Jay?
I mean, I guess I'm okay with this the way it is. And no one else has said this, but I'm going to ask anyway. It doesn't make any difference that the vernal pool's outside the 150 feet? Does that still allow us to consider doing something with the vernal pool, being that it is outside the 150 feet? Or am I off base by even asking that?
Bob, do you want to answer, or would you like me to?
Being outside the 150 feet, it's sort of beyond our jurisdiction, I think, but it's a concern that I also have. But I guess my bigger question on that is, where did somebody come up with the designation of it being a vernal pool? Because you mentioned it was a pond.
Well, it looks, again, I didn't walk right up to it, but it seems to hold water yearly. Whether it also acts and has the CCSU study demonstrated that there were obligate species in the pond.
Are there fish?
I believe they determined no, that there were
Okay.
not fish.
Okay. Because as a pond, if it has fish, it's not what I recollect.
Yeah, I'm following
It
where
would
you're
not
going.
be a viable vernal pool if it's stocked with fish.
Yeah, no, I don't believe there are fish at the time that they did this study. They did not find fish.
Yeah. So does that help, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to throw a wrench in this thing, but it just struck me that it is outside the 150 feet, so I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, again, there would need to be an activity that's occurring in the upland that's creating a direct impact.
Oh, so that's it. Okay.
So is there
Thank you.
something going on up here that is going to create a direct impact to the vernal pool, since they clearly aren't doing anything to the vernal pool water course area?
So the 150 feet really doesn't apply because of that? Or am I still missing?
No, you still have the 150 feet. What I'm saying is that based on the discussion that Mr. Whitney provided, is it reasonably likely that there's anything going on in the upland area that would cause impact? And it doesn't seem like there is, based on the discussion that Mr. Whitney provided. So in that case, then there's a further investigation of the vernal pool probably isn't germane.
Okay, I knew there had to be another reason why I asked the question about reasonably likely at the beginning of this whole thing, so thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, I guess my one comment, I mean, again, my primary concern, I think, was the vernal pool on this. But there's probably topo maps around, because I would like to see a clearer picture of what the topography is out in that area, because the map shows the vernal pool, it's pretty difficult to try to read what the topo lines are like. So if there's something where it doesn't require a surveyor, but if you can I just want to make sure that if I look at the topo lines, I have a better feeling that any flow is going to be away from it rather than towards it. So is there a way to gather some topo line or the topography for that area between the edge of the site and that vernal pool?
If I could answer that, Bob, yes,
sure.
we can take this topographic map and we can enlarge it, and we can clarify it, and I can check with the state topography, which I think this actually is, and I think we can prove to you visually that the intermittent watercourse flows away from the vernal pool. So yes, that can be done.
Yeah, I mean, and I thought that could be done without a surveyor too, but I think from my perspective, I would like to see a little bit more with the topo and how that relates with the pond and the site. And it may be that, you know what, it's not a big deal. So, okay.
I hate to suggest this, but we could take a site walk if you, it may not be able to see much with the snow, but when you're on the site, it's very clear where the water's flowing and where the vernal pool is. But I can try to show it on a map better than this sketch.
Well, I think the last time we walked the site, we found more water than we anticipated. So be careful what you ask for.
We were out there looking at this intermittent water course the day after we had a monsoon, so which was just our luck. But I feel that we're fairly accurate in showing this approximate location.
Okay.
And we definitely saw which way it was flowing.
Yes, that was very clear.
Okay. So does anybody else have any other questions, comments? So Dave, this give you enough to figure where your next steps are?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, and we'll come back to your next meeting.
Okay.
We also have, they did submit a formal application, so if the commission's inclined, we can accept the application. Make a determination if you want a site walk, and then we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay. So we need a motion to accept the application, right?
Yes, please.
Would somebody care to make that? Anybody that's not muted?
This is Statch, and I'll move to accept the application.
Is there a second?
This is Jay. I'll second it.
Okay. Those in favor say aye.
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 Abstaining. What you thought about a site walk? Is it necessary? I mean, we're out there once.
I've been out there once,
Worth
yeah.
the treat, but-
I don't think we need one, but I'd go if we had one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that I, am really looking for one at this particular time. I think with Shannon being out there, with Bruce, and listening to some of what they have to say about it, I think that helps cover it.
Well, I also think
about the pond or the vernal pool is the topography, but that I think is something that can be done with some mapping. I don't think we need to go out there and look.
Yeah.
That's my take.
And I also think, we're getting more snow. We've got a lot of snow cover now, so it's gonna be harder to judge, I think, with significant snow cover anyway.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see anything out there right now anyway. But
Mr. Chair, I could offer, because I've been looking for the need to get a little fresh air. I could go out with Mr. Whitney and do a video, like stand at a known at a property corner and do at least a video pan. So you would see, like, I could stand at a couple of reference points. There is the stone wall that's there, and offer that to the commission if that's something that you think may be helpful.
I mean, that may suffice. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think that would suffice. We get some of the topo, have a better feel for what's going on in that area. So I'd be happy with that. How about other folks?
That's fine.
Okay, I don't hear anybody opposed to it, so I think that may be the course of action.
Okie doke.
One other comment is when I look on this on Bing Maps on the aerial view, it does, you could see a little bit of a water line that, certainly you can't see a stream, but you see a little bit of a water line. And then there's a title that says, is that line?
No, we just lost you, Ned.
Huh?
You're in and out a little bit.
Oh, when I look at this, I just brought it up on Bing Maps and the aerial view, and I do see kind of a water line where you've got this intermittent stream, the changes in the tree line. And then there's a line in there that says Pope Brook. I don't see any brook, but I'm just saying there's a title there that says Pope Brook.
Okay.
So just that information.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm gonna presume we'll wait on determining significance at the next meeting based on
Yeah.
additional information.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay. 1179 Farmington Avenue.
Yes, and the only update there is the email update that I provided to all of you, Mr. Logan's email to us, providing a summary of where they stand. Hang on, I'm just trying to find my NV4. Here we go. So they're still gathering data to advance the restoration and mitigation plan. They've completed additional topo of both the restoration and creation areas and have begun to draft cross sections. There's additional soil exploration that's needed, and of course, certainly the wetlands, the current weather has stymied some of the field activity that needs to be done in order to really take this to the next step. So what I've asked them to do is to continue to provide me an update every 2 weeks so that we know there is some forward motion on this and that we'll continue to share it. They recognize, obviously, the commission is incredibly busy with some other matters at the moment. So they're using that time to hopefully get this advanced and then be back to us in late March with 75% plan is the intent.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
I'm going to step away for about 30 seconds before I open the wetlands public hearing.
Okay. No, sounds good.
I'm checking some strange noises in the house.
Great.
Hey, Rod? Where are you, upstairs? Okay. I guess I can hear you.
It's fun taking all these things from home, right?
Yeah, I guess. I didn't realize that my son opened his door and he's gaming, so that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that could be a little unnerving. I'm just clearing out some of the matters, so whenever you're ready, I think we can, I'm just clearing out the other items that we've already finished for the evening.
Okay, so at 10:18, we will reopen the public hearing for inland wetlands, 402 Farmington Avenue LLC. I believe where we are at this point in time is that people did pretty much abide by the date that we had set to try to get information in. So for that, I thank you. And I believe that the first item is the intervener for Fitchman presenting any new information that they want to present.
Mr. Chair, if I could, can we start with a motion?
A motion to enter the documents from the
Yes, please.
Conservation Commission into the inland wetland the inland wetland meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. So would somebody care to make that motion?
So moved. Statchen.
Is there a second?
Mark, I'll do a second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is a motion to enter all the documents that we were discussing earlier in conservation and make sure they're incorporated into the wetlands meeting. So those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstaining? Okay. So now we can go to interviewer with Pitchman presenting any new information.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. I have with me Dr. Clemens and Mr. Logan, who you're familiar with, and I do believe they have some information related to the previous filings. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Clemens first and begin by asking him, Dr. Clemens, were you present during the Conservation Commission proceedings, which have been incorporated into this proceeding, in which Ms. Raymond had opined that the 750-foot critical terrestrial habitat concept might be fulfilled by the directional buffer. Do you have any comment on that?
Attorney Ainsworth, I have a thought out, written out presentation, which is going to talk about that as well as many other things. So I would prefer to be able to discuss that in the context of a more orderly, but certainly the 750 feet. Now, Mr. Hollister would love to see it obsolete. It's by no means obsolete. And the directional use model developed by Aram is still to be used within the context of that 750 feet. It's not obsolete. Wishful thinking on the part of Attorney Hollister.
Dr. Clemens, then proceed with your comments to the commission. Thank you.
Well, first general observation, I couldn't quite understand what all transpired tonight in the order, but what it looked like to me is that decisions or recommendations were reached by the Conservation Commission absent our opportunity to present additional information, A, B, C, D, and so on. So I found that a little bit unfortunate, I guess, or maybe incredulous that happened, because it seems to me that decisions have already been made absent a lot of additional information. We received Attorney Hollister's team's comments on the 11th of February, which was the deadline. And the only opportunity we have to basically respond to them is tonight, verbally. We couldn't produce a written document because we were beyond the statute of limitations that the chairman asked us, and we all have followed. So I'm left to now give you, and I know this is late, a rather detailed discussion, not only of new information, but synthesize the information from a different point of view. Now, Mr. Hollister, who we have a long and storied history, and it's really not such hand-to-hand mortal combat as some people would like to think. I respect Attorney Hollister. He respects me. I know that. He began a long discussion about substantial evidence. He felt I was river-bended to death. But let me say this. The long and the short is that any environmental impact examined at too small a scale results in the impact appearing small. So if one looks at an ecosystem, if one looks beyond the development footprint and considers the ecological footprint, the impact exponentially increases. This is not speculation, this is fact. And this is actually where the applicant and I diverge in our approach to the matter at hand. In my professional opinion, bolstered by peer-reviewed books and papers, I have written, the applicant's reductionist approach to environmental protection is both absurd, short-sighted, and not what your regulations and the law require. Really, it's insulting to anyone who understands the concept of cumulative impacts as well as specific impacts. And in fact, it's quite self-serving. They have not looked to the north and the south, only to the south, to understand and ensure that this development has not been placed in the middle of a stepping stone series of interconnected vernal pools and wetlands along the base of Talcott Mountain. And yet, when I attempt to expand the area of review to a distance that is accepted by most herpetologists and is well within the jurisdiction of your commission, that is beyond 150 feet. And I'll let the lawyers later on tell you why your jurisdiction can be much greater than 150 feet. My testimony is labeled as speculative and therefore should be both discounted and ignored. I should also point out, for the record, that I'm the only herpetologist in this matter before you. I have respect for both Ms. Raymond and Mr. Logan as wetland scientists. But a wetland scientist is not a herpetologist, nor is a herpetologist a wetland scientist. Nor, in all due respect, is Mr. Hollister a herpetologist in his declaration that the 750-foot critical upland terrestrial area is obsolete. Well aware that wood frogs were going to be an important issue in this matter, the applicant should have retained a qualified herpetologist to undergird and add scientific robustness to their speculative claims of preferred habitat use by a keystone wetland species, the wood frog. They did not choose to do so, and thus have unfairly burdened Ms. Raymond to opine on a subject that she is not a recognized expert on, herpetology. They have not taken the time to conduct due diligence. Rather, they have the bravado to ask you to put on the same set of blinders they have chosen to wear. Please see this for what this is. 8 hours of study in 8 weeks. Do you really consider that sufficient to evaluate impacts to a site even this small, let alone a site that ecologically is much larger? 8 weeks, 8 hours. Most herpetologists, when they go out for a visit, a site visit, really spend anywhere from 3 to 4 hours at least per site visit. Because the applicant speculates, and the word is speculate, that the wood frogs only use the habitat to the south, I ask you, where and what is their proof? 8 hours of study? How are you so certain that the wood frogs will move only in that direction? They have not presented an iota of evidence to support their claim, only their desired outcome. And they're asking you to accept this unsupported and flawed logic. And I ask you, if everything was going to the south, why are we even putting in Cape Cod curbing? Why are we protecting the detention basins with occlusionary fencing when that's to the north? So even the applicant really doesn't quite buy in to their directional claim. And I think if one reads Aram's work on directional analysis, it is based on rigorous science that is done in all directions. You cannot reach a directional finding absent those data. So it's a complete misuse of those directional standards. This is not about whether I've set foot on the site or not, whether I sit in an armchair or not. The commission is well aware that it is the applicant's responsibility to provide a complete application, an application that makes sense and provides sufficient data in order to allow an analyst or a council or a commission member to be able to frame questions and get answers when necessary. This is not about my lack of visiting the site. It's about a sorely deficient application, which has misused the directional approach because it's done without data. North, south, east, and west. It is a wish. It is what they want to see. Now, we talked about alternatives, and I'm not going to get into the alternatives to accept that Mr. Daly speculated in the residential subdivision that they would want lawns. I direct you to page 14 of the best development practices, which talks about Jefferson Crossing, which actually is within your town, where one of the whole concepts was you can place a residential development in forest, as it says, the location of homes tucked amongst the hemlock trees and nestled between the trop rock outcrops will attract a distinctive type of buyer, one that is looking to live in greater harmony with the natural world. It is not a given, as speculated by Mr. Daly, that a home has to have a lawn. And you have an example right here in Farmington of a development, a residential development, without lawns that are set in the forest. Let's move on. The tier rating on the vernal pool in the most recent reporting by Mr. Hollister and Ms. Raymond, and I refer to them both because it's unclear from the report which person is the genesis of a particular comment. Let's talk about the tier rating. Let's go through page 9 of the best development practices, how you rate a vernal pool. Question number 1, is there a state listed species using the pool? And yes, there is. There's a yes, it's a ribbon snake, even acknowledged by Ms. Raymond this evening, could use the pool. Are there 2 or more species breeding in the pool? Wood frogs and spotted salamanders. That's yes. That's a second yes. Third yes. There are 30 wood frog egg masses because this is essentially a single pool as mapped by the applicant's own submission of a single envelope and CTH. Would you please put up figure number 3, 2, 10, 20 on the directional buffer of the applicant's submission? Shannon, please.
That one?
Yeah. Yep, there you see it. They map it as a single unit. And ecologically, it is a single unit. And it has 30 wood frog egg masses in aggregate. So I rate this yes, yes, yes. Now let's look at the landscape condition. 750 foot from the vernal pool. Is 75% of the vernal pool at present, not post-development, undeveloped? Question is yes. Is 50% of the CTH at present undeveloped? Absolutely. What you have here, if you use the tier system correctly, you have a tier 1 vernal pool. The overlapping envelopes and linearity of those two vernal pools, as shown on figure 4, please, 2/9/2020, Shannon. It's figure 4.
Figure 4. I got figure 1. That's page 4, page 11.
Figure 4 on 2/9/2020. No, it's not it. No. That's it. Thank you. You notice here how close they are. Their envelopes intersect. It makes good ecological sense to really consider that a single pool. So anyway, that's my argument. You have a tier 1 pool, not a tier 3 pool. Let's move to the ribbon snake. Some of this has been covered, but it's my turn to talk about it now. I did not misrepresent the location of the ribbon snake. I did not. The GPS point is the GPS point. But this gets to the very heart of the matter. Apparently, the applicant would like you to consider the ribbon snake somewhat like a stone statue. Now, they have backtracked a bit this evening. It's not. The GPS point is a point in time where a highly mobile wetland-dependent snake was found on a given day at a particular moment in time. And they do move rapidly. And ribbon snakes move up and down the open wetland corridor along the base of Talcott Mountain. They also do not exist as a single individual, but there are more. They are live-bearing snakes. If you look at Clemens, 1993, The Amphibians and Reptiles of Connecticut and Adjacent Regions, there's a brood size of 13 neonates produced by a female collected in a similar linear wetland at the base of a trap rock ridge in Merritt. In the same book, I reported movements easily of 200 to 300 meters a day in a relatively short period of time. Ribbon snakes are often found near vernal pools where they prey upon tadpoles and amphibian larvae. There is no doubt that ribbon snakes are moving up and down the wetland corridor in question and feeding at vernal pools. Ribbon snakes' preferred habitat is open, meadow habitat, shrub swamp is secondary, and the gas pipeline is actually maintaining that habitat. Let's talk about gas pipelines. Much has been made about it's beyond the control, it's under FERC's control, it's not under jurisdiction or not. The matter is the disturbance that is caused by the gas pipeline is creating the habitat that is open, that is periodically disturbed, early successional, that is optimal habitat for ribbon snakes. One thing that's not been mentioned about pipelines are they also have a thermal effect. Gas pipelines, gases move through pipelines through compressor stations. As the gas is compressed, it is heated. So it is not unusual for those wetland habitats to be thermally a bit higher than the surrounding habitats. That makes them extremely attractive for ectothermic species, that is, species that are whose body temperature is determined by the ambient environment. Gas pipelines are really quite interesting. We have rattlesnakes hibernating along them in Glastonbury. We have bog turtles attracted to them in other parts of the state. That thermal alteration is quite significant and ecologically important. And it's not uniform. It varies for position of the pipeline to the nearest compressor station. So it's a red herring to talk about the site being unsuitable for these species because it is periodically disturbed. Quite to the contrary. Let's talk about facts, not speculation. Fact. The vernal pool on and adjacent to the development site is rated Tier 1. Fact. The ecological footprint of this development extends both up and down the linear wetland corridor. Fact. The applicant has discounted any connectivity to the north, providing unsubstantiated, speculative claims that all biological activity, both of adults, metamorphs, comes from the south via desktop mapping analysis, not field analysis, not field data. Fact, this desktop mapping analysis was conducted to support a preconceived development outcome, as opposed to studying the entire ecosystem. And based on those results of those surveys, then designing a development that protects the wetlands and natural resources. Fact, the development does not have the data in the record to demonstrate that their proposed development is protective of the wetlands functions that you are charged to protect. Fact, loss or even diminishment of the wood frog population in those wetlands will have a quantifiable and measurable adverse effect on the water quality of those wetlands that you are charged to protect. And lastly, fact, the importance of that ecosystem at the base of Talcott Mountain was recognized in the Farmington Valley Biodiversity Project, of which this town was a partner. And the outcomes of that study have been incorporated identically in your 2008 and 2018 Plan of Conservation and Development. These are not speculation, these are facts. In his closing remarks, Mr. Hollister stated, "I care more about frogs than people." He was wrong. I care about frogs because I care about people. A healthy, functioning ecosystem sustains all forms of life, including humans. Clean air and water and functioning ecosystems are not amenities like valet parking. Certainly, those frontline medical workers in this COVID pandemic, so passionately referred to by Mr. Hollister, deserve both our attention and our deference. But respectfully, this is the wrong place to cite this massive development with its huge ecological footprint. And I would like to leave you with one last parting global thought. Our ever-shrinking world is beset with one plague after another. HIV, Ebola, Marburg, SARS, and COVID-19. Each of these terrible diseases have one thing in common. They are the result of our collective disregard for the environment, the breakdown of natural isolating mechanisms, the destruction of ecosystems. Surely we can and must do better. That concludes my testimony, and thank you for your patience in hearing me out.
Dr. Clemens, I do have one question before you sign off. There was some commentary during the Conservation Commission proceedings about, and in some discussion by the commission regarding the sufficiency of the applicant's assumption that certain wetland obligate species are extant at the site, and therefore they took reasonable mitigation measures, and thus the discussion about the presence, absence, or functions of the various herps that you've identified is somewhat irrelevant because it's been mooted out by their activities.
Try to follow your line of questioning. I'm having trouble at this late hour.
I'll try to make it simpler.
Please.
The applicant's making the assumption that certain species are existing on the site, and they've taken what they believe are measures to protect them, such as the Animex fencing around the detention basins to protect the wood frogs from going into the basins, and now at 24 inches. They've made that assumption that, okay, it doesn't matter whether we know whether the wood frogs are there or not. We're making the assumption that they are. Do you have any comment about whether or not the measures they've taken, or despite the measures they've taken, that there'll still be unreasonable impacts to the herpetological species that you've identified?
Yes. I mean, if you take their rationale, if everything's coming from the south, why are they taking any mitigation to the north? It's only because these species do occur to the north. Their entire argument is based on a wish, speculation, and a misuse of Aram's directional protocols. Those protocols are based on science, not on wishes. To use the directional model that they have used, they needed to have studied north, south, east, and west. They have not. They've taken a model, used it to their advantage, not presented an iota of data to support it. So you're asking me, is their mitigation adequate? I know nothing about what's going on north of the site. Is a 24-inch Animex fence around a detention pond adequate? Yes, it's adequate, but it escapes the larger question of the breaking of the connection between the stepping stone vernal pools south and north of the site. So it's really, again, what I said, focus down on something at a tiny level. It looks fine. I'm focusing half a mile north and south, and they should have too. To have come up with this directional model, they should have presented you data north and south, east and west, and they did not. Therefore, their directional model is a house of cards. Touch it and it falls down.
So as a result, do you have an opinion? I get some feedback there. As a result, do you have an opinion as to whether or not there will be unreasonable impacts to wetland obligate species that in turn have impacts to the wetlands themselves?
The wood frog population, if the only wood frogs we have there are those two pools, they certainly are either being sustained from the south or the north. So the development will cause a diminution in the number of wood frogs, possibly even extirpation, and that will result in the loss of water quality. You cannot put a huge development like that, beginning in the vernal pool envelope, taking up a huge chunk of critical terrestrial habitat, and expect it not to have an impact to the number of wood frogs that will be present in that wetland. You've cut off a huge chunk of their terrestrial habitat, and that will have measurable, quantifiable effects on the water quality within that wetland.
Thank you. All right, to continue the presentation, and thank you, Dr. Clemens. We have George Logan present, and Mr. Logan, do you have commentary in addition to your previous comments that were made to the commission based on the materials that you submitted in between this meeting and the last meeting?
Surely. Good evening. This is George Logan, Marine Ecological Services.
Yeah, I did submit a report that was dated February 11th to 2021. There's several supplemental arguments there on things that I still believe are incomplete, and I won't go too far into that, except to remind the commissioners that we do not have a defensible wetland delineation for the wetland that's going to be mostly affected from this development. I consider therefore the application to be incomplete. We do not have.
Mr. Logan, can I interrupt for a second? Did you just say that you submitted something to the commission on February 11th?
My report, I think, is dated, let's see, maybe I had the wrong date. Yeah, February 11th, 2021, application review supplemental.
No.
It was never received by
Yep.
this office.
Interesting. I thought we submitted it, but okay. I guess I will have to defer to Mr. Ainsworth because I think I gave that report to Mr. Ainsworth. We thought we were going to put it in, but maybe it didn't go in. Anyway, but I'm mostly reiterating some of the same arguments in a sense with a little different twist of the report that I put together and submitted, which was a little more lengthy. That was dated January 22nd. I think that must be in the record. And as you recall, that was called the preliminary application review. And it had some attachments to it. But anyhow, so I'll refer a little back to that. But the idea is that we still do not have a defensible wetland delineation. And the reason that I was pointing that in the report that you did not receive, and I apologize for that, is the fact that if you look at the wetland boundary, or what they call the wetland edge that was submitted, what you will notice is that it's supported by 6 points. 6 points over 715 linear feet, defined by 6 points. So if you take, for instance, and look at their wetland delineations, which they have provided, and see 690 say feet, you'll see that it's defined by 27 points, and those are the points of the flags that were submitted. Flag WL23, WL24, and these average roughly 26 feet apart. That's a proper delineation. So if you apply this inter-flag distance will yield 27 points for that 715 feet roughly, and not 6 points that are shown on the plan. So I believe that the applicant has improperly attempted to delineate a wetland with flags that are basically 119 feet apart on average. Then I had some.
Mr. Logan, can I just ask, I mean, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is this the document that was not submitted?
This is the document that I'm referring to that was February 11th, that was the date that we were supposed to put it in. I put it together. I presented it to Mr. Ainsworth, and I don't know if I was the one responsible to put into the record or not, so I can't really speak to that, but it was something that I did put together.
Okay, because I'm just trying to clarify, because stuff that you're talking about, we don't have, at least I don't have any documentation to that effect. So I have no clue as to what you're referring to, and I've got nothing to look at to review. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure that what you're talking about is a document that we apparently don't have, and it's not formally part of the record.
It appears to be the case, Mr. Hannon. So I guess I will have to orally put some of this information into the record.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Now we have gone off.
That's why we had the date of the 11th to try to get the material in. That's what I had said.
I'm not submitting the report. I'm just giving oral representation.
Yeah, two wrongs don't make a right, Mr. Logan.
I don't know if your logic is more than circular.
You're testifying as something we, not only does it not submitted, but we're hearing for the first time. So we have no ability to respond to it.
Well, Mr. Clements put in some information as in response to some of the things that he has seen. So I'm doing the same thing. So I'm speaking about the same kind of issues that I spoke of in my original report. I haven't given you anything new. I've been harping about the wetland delineation since the beginning, right? I've been harping about the fact that that little small area that I think is a wetland has not been investigated.
Right.
And I've been harping about the hydrology that's going to be missed of the slope wetland that I've identified. So that this is nothing new.
So as long as we're talking about wetlands, we can just completely ignore the February 11th deadline that was established. This is awful.
That deadline was for written materials. If he's making comments with regard to the submissions that have been made by the applicant, he's doing a critique of the wetlands delineation and of the watershed analysis that was done.
But it's also difficult for the applicant and for commission members to have an understanding of what's going on because we don't have anything to review because the documentation was not submitted.
But
that's
if
the
he's
problem that I have right now.
And I respect and understand that, Chairman, but the commentary he's making is related directly to filings that are before the commission, which is the applicant's wetlands delineation and the applicant's watershed analysis. And Mr. Logan is commenting on those materials. The intervener may comment on anything that's been filed, not just reports that they've generated. In fact, everything that we've generated is pretty much derivative of things that the applicant has put in.
He just said he had something in writing and then he didn't submit it. And that's what he's talking about now. Come on.
Right. And if there are things that my experts draft for my attention, they're for my attention. They don't necessarily have to be submitted. The hearing is open. There are materials that your client submitted and my expert is commenting on those materials. That's perfectly appropriate.
I'm having a difficult time with this because I don't necessarily agree with you. The goal was that if people had comments, they were supposed to be submitted by February 11th. It was a way to give people an opportunity to get material so they had a chance to review it before the meeting. Because I'm sorry, but I do not particularly like having information coming in at the last minute. You have no way to prepare for it. You have no way to review it. And in all honesty, this is a comment I made originally when the motion came in to intervene because it came in at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So I would have expected that if there were documents to come in, they would have come in.
Well, I submit that as long as the hearing record is open and there is testimony to be given and there is a notice that the intervener may submit additional information in the form of testimony based on things that are submitted in the record, that we're perfectly entitled to do so. We have the option of filing it as written testimony, but we also have the option of doing it by oral testimony.
Well, then I'm sorry that I must not have been very clear at the last meeting because my point was to get all the information into the commission by the 11th of February so that we all had a chance to review it and have some understanding as to the points people were making. So right now, I'm not sure what Mr. Logan is really talking about because I've got nothing to follow. I've got no documentation to follow. So that's kind of where I'm at a disadvantage. And
well, if I may, the applicant has submitted a wetlands delineation and a watershed analysis. That document exists. It is in the record. And Mr. Logan is testifying regarding that document. That is something that someone could refer to. He's doing his testimony orally at this point. Not everything must be placed in writing, otherwise there'd be no need for oral testimony.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm going to make this suggestion. Have Mr. Logan and Mr. Ainsworth, Attorney Ainsworth, and Dr. Clemens, if he's not done, finish their presentation, and then the applicant would like the opportunity at the next meeting to rebut, and then we close the hearing. Done, signed, sealed, delivered, please.
well, I was hoping to try to get through all of this today, but looking at what we still have to deal with, I don't see any way to get through all of it. I mean, so Shannon, do we want to try to get through both interveners? Or how do, what, I mean, because it's 11 o'clock now.
My only, so I have no objection to Attorney Hollister's proposal.
But we'll need an extension, won't we?
My only concern is we do have members of the public that have been on this evening. It's one thing, the written correspondence can certainly be added in at the next meeting. It was shared with everyone, but my concern is we've had people on this meeting since 7 o'clock this evening, and I have no idea if anyone is interested in speaking this evening, but we do need to make sure before we close out this evening that
Agreed.
if someone
Okay.
has patiently waited 4 hours, they're provided an opportunity to speak. This
Agreed.
evening.
And I agree with that.
Yeah, so we can truncate it at any point, but we need to make sure the public has that opportunity.
If the commission would like to go toward public comment, I have no problems with that. And we could go out of order.
I would like to do that.
Okay.
So sorry, Mr. Logan, but again, the public's been waiting for a while. So
No worries.
Shannon, I don't know if you know who's on from the public.
I can see, so there's a number of people that are on under attendee. They can certainly hear me. So I would ask if there is anyone from the public that is called to speak regarding this application and share their thoughts regarding this application with the commission, please raise your hand. Using the feature in Zoom, you will be acknowledged and your microphone enacted. You'll need to unmute yourself, and then you will please state your name and address for the record. So we have a Haley Colding.
Hello, my name is Haley Colding, 203 Cherry Brook Road in Canton, Connecticut, but representing the Connecticut Botanical Society's Ecological and Conservation Committee. We strongly oppose the application. First, to commend the applicant for offering to donate a parcel to the land trust is just to ignore how this development itself will impact wetlands and whether these impacts represent regulated activities. The project would disturb about 7 acres of naturally vegetated soils that are fine textured and erode easily, changing macronutrient inputs to the down gradient wetland just off site. This is reasonably likely to threaten locally rare plant species, like those found in seepage slope habitats below trap rock ridges. The project would also make the area draining into that wetland over 4 times smaller, meaning that much of the wetland would be dewatered. Dewatered. What an ugly fate for a wetland. The project would destroy about 5 acres of upland habitat for wood frogs and salamanders, possibly including Connecticut-listed blue-spotted salamanders. And this loss would in turn lead to changes in the vegetation structure of the wetlands and the makeup of the reptile and invertebrate communities. These ecological costs represent significant impacts and grounds to deny the application because they, quote, substantially diminish the natural capacity of an inland wetland or watercourse to support aquatic plant or animal life and habitats, Section 2A25. Attorney Ainsworth has cited case law indicating that it's within the Commission's power and responsibility to deny an application, which, like this one, will cause a significant impact to a wetland, regardless of whether the impact is direct or indirect, regardless of whether the wetland itself falls on the development site. Speaking of precedents, approving this application would set a dangerous precedent for lessening the burden on future applicants. Dr. Clemens has demonstrated that the applicant has failed to support a number of claims with data. They made unsubstantiated assumptions about a directional model of water flow into the vernal pool, rather than providing complete data or scientific expertise. And they failed to find a herpetologist who could judge their application to be responsible. There's also been some debate tonight over the extent to which a soil scientist must be involved in an application for development. For now, Regulation 3B states, to prove himself exempt from these regulations, an applicant must present documentation by a soil scientist that the land in question or a portion of it does not contain a watercourse or have a soil type classified by the National Cooperative Soil Survey as poorly drained, very poorly drained alluvial or floodplain 3B. The wetlands at this site have not been inventoried or delineated in the field by the applicant using the proper soils criteria. So to approve an application which has cut these corners in meeting its burden of evidence would set a dangerous precedent for future applications to shirk those burdens as well. So much of Farmington's draw is intimately tied to its natural resources. I grew up here, I know it. The New England Blue Trail winds through it, the Hillstead Museum, the Farmington Valley Greenway, other sites of natural beauty. These are all reasons that residents are proud to live in Farmington and visitors are so happy to visit. The watershed regulations were created in recognition of the fact that wildlife and watersheds are essential to the town's identity, to its health, and its ability to thrive. So to approve this application, which has cut corners, failed to fully delineate the impacted wetlands, and failed to bring in scientific evidence in support of its environmental responsibility, would just be a blow to the strength and the meaning of the regulations. It would pose a serious threat, not only to the vernal pools that we've discussed tonight, but to the wetlands at every future application site. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, is there anyone else that is called in from the public that wishes to speak regarding this application this evening? Yes, we have a Kate Emery. Kate, if you can announce yourself, you have to unmute your microphone. There you go.
Hi, this is actually Steve Silk. I'm Kate's husband. I never thought I would have the opportunity.
I apologize. You need to identify your address. I'm sorry.
Oh,
your name
sorry.
and address for the record. Thank you.
Steve Silk, 74 Prattling Pond Road, Farmington. I never thought I'd have the opportunity to quote one of Farmington's most notorious residents before this group, but Mike Tyson famously said, "Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face." When the high explosives start going off at this site, and there are going to have to be a lot of explosions to clear the amount of rock and earth that this calls for, that's equivalent to that site getting punched in the face. All these plans could be meaningless. It could redirect water courses. This rock is easily fissured. No, there is unpredictable collateral damage, and I'd like to see that addressed in some way by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else from the public that wishes to speak regarding this application this evening? Yes, we have the Corsons. I don't know if it's Mr. or Mrs.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Terry Corson. I'm here with my husband, Craig. We live at 52 Prattling Pond Road. The town of Farmington has always been admired for protecting our water and our natural resources. We just cannot believe that the members of this board could be in support of this proposal at this location. For many of the same points spoken this evening by Attorney Ainsworth and Dr. Clemens, we feel that this project is placing the safety, health, and well-being of the wetlands, the wildlife, and the residents at risk. We strongly oppose this development and urge you to rethink any alternative. We thank you for listening to other views, opinions, and mitigations to this massive project with potentially massive impact. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Cool. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes. Oh, no. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this application?
No one else made it. What did she say?
Murphy?
If you want to go on record as a present now, it's now.
Hi, yes, this is Sheila Murray from 20 Prattling Pond Road in Farmington, and I just want to say that I am in agreement with what Haley has mentioned this evening. Thank you, Haley. Also, thank you to Steve and Terry, additional neighbors on the street. I am very concerned about this whole project, and this evening to hear somebody say that groundwater geologic fissures are not relevant is ridiculous in my mind. So this whole project is very, very frustrating and disappointing to hear about. And I'm very concerned about our water, water being contaminated, and hearing about these animals, different species being disturbed for no good reason is very disappointing. So thank you. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay. Again, anyone from the public wishing to speak regarding this matter this evening? Taking public comment regarding the 402 Farmington LLC application. Yep. Okay. Somebody that's logged in is Joanne and James.
Yes, sorry. It's Joanne Lawson, 9 Prattling Pond Road.
Thank
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yep. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to state on the record that I'm opposed to this project. I'm very concerned about the impact on the wetlands from such a dense development proposal. It just seems very scary with the wetlands, and then also with the old town dump being so close to it.
Okay. Any other comment you want to share with us this evening, or is that it?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good comments.
Okay. I'll ask again, anyone else want to make a comment this evening regarding this matter? Somebody, I got another hand raised. I've got, yes. Simran?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Hi.
Go ahead if you give your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Simran Kaur. I'm from the Connecticut Botanical Society, and I oppose this proposal because creating or using this land would actually impact our terrestrial organisms by the artificial night lighting that would be produced due to the lighting produced around the project. It would impact in the terrestrial or ecosystem. We see the insects are our food webs and are important pollinators, and the large number of insects are attracted to the artificial lighting, especially the street lights. And because of that, the insects would not have the ability to resist the stimulus of light. And this exposure would actually lead to disruption of them migrating, reproduction, dispersal, and foraging, and ultimately leading to their mortality. And some of the species might also become locally extinct if rows of streetlights and lamps were placed along that place. We also know that in the plants, artificial outdoor lighting system leads to changes in net photosynthesis, and it could confuse between the daylight and the artificial night light, and there could be extensive growth of plants that are not required. So looking at the impacts, and we also have the animal and plants interactions, the artificial nighttime lighting would directly impact their interactions, and it can interrupt light cues between the host and insect, hence modifying their interactions that affect herbivory, pollination, and seed dispersal. And this could indirectly be affecting both of those species. I saw when we spoke about the salamanders this evening, the salamanders, they rely on photoperiods to regulate the hormone. It's called melatonin, and in which in turn, the melatonin is inhibited by light and produced only during dark period. And under constant light, the inhibition of melatonin production would affect the functioning of the salamanders. So yeah, just I would oppose this project, but since with all the discussion that happened today, if we are actually going to use this place up, the recommendations for lighting would be we could make use of high pressure sodium lights on the streets that would help reduce the insect mortality. Also, we could make use of broad spectrum lights rather than the narrow spectrum lights so that the birds could use vision to forage nectar from flowering plants, and other organisms could depend on this LED lights to better navigate, locate, and catch prey. So I do oppose this project. I hope people could actually see how there are different negative impacts on the terrestrial organisms. That's all from my end.
Okay, thank you.
Comments?
Okay. Anyone else from the public wishing to make a comment regarding this matter this evening? Again, to be clear, this matter is the 402 Farmington LLC project that we've been discussing. Any other public comments this evening? Please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be acknowledged to address the commission. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing anyone else that has their hand raised this evening with, in order to offer comment.
Okay, thank you. I have two quick questions. Attorney Ainsworth, how much longer are you looking at for your part of the presentation? And is Attorney Shansky on? And if so, what would she anticipate the amount of time that she would need?
Mr. Chairman, to answer your question, I would defer to Mr. Logan. How long do you anticipate your comments going?
Well, I think I'm going to narrow them down to responding to some of the things that I saw from the applicant's side. So probably 5 or 6 minutes maximum.
And is Attorney Shanley on?
Attorney Marjorie Shansky, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
Yes, hello, good evening. We associate ourselves with Dr. Clemens' testimony, have no additional testimony to offer. Do intend to make closing comments at that point in your menu.
Okay, understood. So Shannon, here's my suggestion. We finish up with Mr. Logan. It sounds like Attorney Shansky doesn't have anything to add at this point in time. So we close out that. We come back at the next meeting and start back in with the applicant. And it may be a sort of a combination of their rebuttal to both of the interveners.
Yes.
Is that okay?
It's fine with me, and I believe that's what Mr. Hollister, Attorney Hollister put forth, if he wants to confirm.
So Attorney Hollister, you want to just verify that that's fine with you as well?
Yes, my concern is that after we do our rebuttal, that Mr. Ainsworth does not get then, yet another presentation, and I think we'd like to close next time. I mean, not just close the hearing, we'd like to close.
As would I.
Correct. Correct.
Yes, please.
I mean, that to me would be the game plan. I think that we will just have to stick with it, and we'll go through as fully but as quickly as we can and finish it up at the next meeting. We have to go a little bit longer, we'll do that, but just try to resolve it at the next meeting to at least close the hearing.
All right, thank you.
And we'll need an extension granted by the applicant to continue to the next meeting.
We'll do that.
When do you think you can get that into Shannon?
Tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Logan, sorry to cut you off before, but
no worries. I'm just a little guy in the totem pole here. I let the legal eagles say their thing first. I understand. So I'm going to just narrow my comments on just something that I saw that was presented by the applicants. I think it was the final response or something like that. And it was like 46 pages or something along those lines. And somewhere towards the bottom of that, Mr. Daly had taken a map and had delineated some watersheds and put some labels. And I think I understand, Mr. Daly's analysis and what he's trying to show, and that is that, the actual watershed to the edge of the offsite wetland is much smaller than what I had shown to date, which is what was in my report that you do have. And I don't really have an argument with what his desire is. Obviously, he's doing what he thinks is he needs to do for his client, which he can also technically support. Of course, he has the benefit of CAD drawings. I didn't have that. It was a little difficult based on the resolution of what I had to kind of overlay things over the existing watersheds with the proposed. It's kind of difficult. However, here's how things get a little more interesting. So if you look at that plan, which I don't have in front of me, but you probably already have seen, it's an 11 by 17, I believe, and it shows a delineation of some watersheds. What's interesting is that by showing the watershed to the edge of the wetland of being, I believe, 1.62 acres, and since we know, at least I think we can agree, that the watershed that's left to that wetland edge, to that slope wetland below the detention basin, is approximately 0.8 acres. What they're doing is they're admitting right off the bat to a 50% reduction of the watershed to the slope wetland. So is this significant? I will let you think about that for a moment. So not having the CAD drawings and kind of being a little confused with the lines I was looking at, what I decided to do is to use another reliable source of topography. I think that was mentioned by Mr. Whitney earlier, and that is to use the State Connecticut GIS topography. I think that's from 2016. It's available readily on Connecticut Environmental Conditions Online. And so what I did is I marked where the two bypasses, the two discharges are. Remember, I had put in my previous map the north and the south, what I call the bypass. So mark those two bypasses as indicated in the plans, plus or minus 5 feet. And then I took a fresh look and delineated the watercourse to the slope wetland that has been previously described in our reports from using, again, the topography from Connecticut Eco. And what I found at first was that Mr. Daly's watershed was actually about 30% smaller than what is seen by using the state GIS topography. And of course, I do understand that, just a slight fraction of a degree turn one way or the other, while, we're trying to run perpendicular to the contour lines can make a difference in the watershed size. So that's understandable. But what is very helpful with the state topography that it's given in 1 foot contour intervals, which makes it a lot more accurate. So now the watershed is getting bigger. And so the reduction of the watershed, if you include that 30%, based on Mr. Daly's calculation, and with the inclusion of the extra section of watershed, would be about 60% or 62%. So is that significant? Again, I would let you think about that for a moment. Then things got even more interesting. I discovered something quite by accident at first, which is significant in my estimation, in looking at Mr. Daly's mapping that he presented before the commission in the rebuttal, which you haven't seen yet. And I think he's made a serious mistake. And hopefully it's not a misrepresentation. And what this will show is that the impact of denying both surface and groundwater to the slope wetland is reasonably likely to happen. Now, the mistake he made is one of scale, and that's important. The plan that he used from his drainage report originally is at a scale of 1 inch equals 100 feet. It's written out on the plan on the bottom, as I recall, and then there's a little scale bar at the top, so you can kind of measure it and see what it is. So, but the watershed measurements were taken in the physical space that came from the plan that was large, 24 by 36 originally. But that was reduced to a much smaller 11 by 17. And as a result, the scale on the reduced plan is actually 1 inch equals about 230 to 232 feet, a hair difference. So if one applies the proper scale the measured 1.62 acres now becomes 3.28 acres. And if in addition to that, we add the extra proportion of the watershed that I believe was missed, which is based on the Connecticut GIS topography, that acreage increases to 4.63 acres. Now, I want you to think that for a second. Is that significant? I believe it is. Therefore, the reduction of the watershed to the edge of the wetland will be now at the order of 82.7%. So I submit to you that this reduction in watershed is reasonably likely to result in a significant and adverse impact or impairment to the wetland hydrology, and of course, a commensurate impact upon the wetland functions and values, and also the habitat that's found there, including wetland-dependent animals, wetland-dependent and associated flora and fauna. Now, again, to review, 4.63 acres is the watershed to the wetland under existing conditions. Under proposed conditions, that watershed is reduced to 0.8 acres. Do the math. It's almost 5 times smaller. That's 82.7% reduction. In my mind, that's very significant. A big mistake. I hope it was not a misrepresentation. Now, I have, obviously, for me to be able to do that, I made a couple of figures. I could share those now or later. It's up to you. But I want you to see what I came up with. I think it's important to see that the wetland is going to be reduced significantly as far as this watershed is concerned. And that's slope wetland, which relies on the watershed and of course the ground watershed also. But at least by looking at the watershed, we see a significant reduction, a significant adverse physical impact of the wetland in my estimation. Happy to answer any questions at this point.
Well, now is not the time to be asking questions in that respect, but again, I mean, the comment I have is you are making some statements, but yet we don't have any type of documentation to review to substantiate one way or the other. And that's the dilemma that I have at this point in time, is in trying to follow what you were saying was not one of the easiest things to do because I don't have anything to look at to try to go along with what you're saying.
I understand. Try to go slow.
And again, it's, I do not like getting things in at the last minute, which is why we tried to make sure that everything was in for the 11th so that people actually had a chance to get it. I don't particularly like getting information in at the meeting itself because people don't have a chance to go back and really take a look at it. And it may be that what you're saying is very easy to follow. It may be that what you're saying is not easy to follow. I've got no clue. So in that respect, I will ask Attorney Hollister, because you're on the other side of this equation. I've got to assume that you and your people would like to have some idea as to exactly what Mr. Logan is saying. And I would think that you would want the documents, or am I off base on that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, I don't want to set up an appeal. Can you hear me? I don't want to set up an appeal issue that Attorney Ainsworth is going to try to use, or Attorney Shansky is going to try to use against us. Yes, we don't want to leave that hanging. I will tell you that my priority at this point is to get the information, have the interveners finish their presentation, and when we come back, the applicant responds, and then we close the hearing. No more after that. That's my priority request, please.
Well, there are a couple of other steps that we have to deal with, but I think that's kind of along the line where we're going. So if I'm understanding you correctly, yes, you would like to see the information.
Yes.
I will ask Mr. Logan, so unmute. When will it be in?
I have it ready. It's just 2 figures. One is taking their existing map that I described and kind of highlighting a few things on it.
Can you send it out electronically tomorrow?
I can send it electronically tomorrow.
Shannon?
I'd like to clarify, I believe Mr. Logan's referring to two figures that is different from the document that he referred to originally as the February 11th document.
Correct. You haven't seen those, and those were not generated with any of the 11th, February 11th. Those were generated a couple of days ago when we saw the response from Mr. Daly.
Okay, so it will be just those two documents in
Yeah, I
response.
mean, I could have a cover letter basically saying what I just said or not, or just have the two figures. Either.
I need folks to be clear as to what we're expecting to get. So, Mr. Chair and Attorney Hollister, I'll leave it to you. I just need to understand what we're agreeing to take in at this particular point in time.
Why don't we, anything else from the interveners get submitted tomorrow and circulated? And then on March 3rd, we come back and the intervener, excuse me, the applicant gets to rebut and close.
That's fair.
That's fine. I'll probably summarize very succinctly what I just said to you and attach those two figures and get it to you tomorrow.
It's fine. It needs to be in before 4:30 tomorrow.
It will.
4:30 is our close of business.
Absolutely. And I'll deliver it personally so I know it gets to you.
That's fine.
All right.
Well, why don't, if you can summarize it now, can you show it now just so we see what's coming in 2 minutes?
I could.
Go ahead.
I have it, if you want me to share, I could do that, but.
So that's going to require that I'm allowing the share screen. So we haven't.
Oh, all right.
I'd prefer not to do that, Attorney Hollister, because it opens it up to others. So we've had this
Yes, I
set.
understand.
Thank you.
You'll have it tomorrow, no worries.
And I will work with Shannon on the balance of the agenda as it relates to this hearing. So I think with that, we are done for the evening.
Yes.
I thank everybody for their patience and for hanging in there. So,
Do we have to minutes?
yeah, we still have a couple of things.
Yeah, there is no planner's report, so that's easy. So it's really just the minutes from February 3rd.
So do we need a motion to continue the hearing?
Oh, shoot. Sorry, thank you. Yes, we should a motion to continue both petitions and to continue the hearing. Sorry, thank you. I jumped the gun.
That is to the 3rd of March, correct?
Correct.
Motion to extend both hearings to March 3rd, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second, Greg, second.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Okay, and then can I get a motion to approve the minutes of, I believe it's February 3rd, right?
So moved by Robert.
For a second?
Mark, second.
Questions, comments, corrections? Hearing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? So be it. So we will close this meeting. If I can still see straight, I think it's like 11:33.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Till the next time.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.